Will you not consider it, Lady Cassandra? The clerics are still sequestered. If no one steps forward, they will debate until...
And you think I could make them agree? I've heard enough for one day, Mother Giselle.
Talk to her, your worship.
You call me that.
Is there a problem? It seems like she's bothering you.
Mother Giselle is kind, and she means well. So, yes, she was. I assume you've heard that Leliana and I are both candidates to be the next Divine. Because of what happened at Halam Shiral, of course, the Empire favors you. Thus, everyone close to you. So now the Chantry bandies our names about without even asking us first.
How can you and Leliana be candidates? You're not even priests.
It's not without precedent. Amar III was sister to the Emperor, and Galatea a commoner. Leliana and I were, at least, part of the Chantry hierarchy. It would be accepted.
Why am I not a candidate?
If they'll pick non-priests, why am I not a candidate?
Because you're a man, first and foremost. If they name you a candidate, they may as well join the Tevinter Imperium. Truly, though, I imagine it's because they're frightened of you. A weight such as yours would break the Sunburst throne and tear the Chantry to pieces. I just don't know why they believe Leliana or I would be any better.
Well, you're female, for one.
If you don't want it, then tell them so.
Surely it was never meant to be like this. The Chantry, the Circle of Magi, the Templars, this cannot be what they intended when it all began. The Chantry should provide faith, hope. Instead, it cannot veer from its course, even in the face of certain death.
I'm surprised to hear you, of all people, say that.
Oh? Am I not the same woman who declared the Inquisition against the Chantry's wishes? In all my years as a Seeker, I did what I was told. My faith demanded it. But now my faith demands something else. That I see with better eyes.
Many extraordinary things have happened to get us to this point.
I'm not so certain. I think it has been a long time coming. Did you know Varric is Andrastian? Oh, he blasphemes with every second breath, but deep down he believes. His heart is virtuous. But he would never step foot in a Chantry. It should be the first place to which the virtuous turn. It needs to change. Perhaps I must be the one to change it.
You know, I hate to say this, but I actually agree with that concept. Not necessarily on the religious angle, but on the sanctuary angle. Sanctuary is, in my honest opinion, a sacred human right that should exist and often doesn't. It's also one of the reasons why I get so goddamn pissed when someone decides to violate that sacred trust. Looking at you, Mass Effect 3.
You're not the only candidate. What about Leliana?
Leliana says she wishes to follow Justinia's legacy. But she and I remember a different person. Justinia knew her fellow clerics and the people would only accept so much change. Leliana would cast it all aside and start over, I think. And that would be chaos for us all.
What would you change about the Chantry?
The Circle of Magi has its place, but it needs reform. Let the mages govern themselves with our help. Let the Templars stand not as the jailers of mages, but as protectors of the innocent. We must be vigilant, but we must also be compassionate to all peoples of Thedas, human or no. That is what I would change.
Interesting. No, Blade Turbo, nothing. It's just... Within Mass Effect 3, spoilers, there is an incident in which the sacred trust of what sanctuary should mean is violated. Mass Effect 3 itself is not who I'm pointing to there.
So this is your new crusade?
I've agreed to nothing yet.
And if the Chantry calls on you?
Then I will do whatever I can, for as long as I can. I suppose I should not be so concerned. The clerics speak my name for now, nothing more. For now, restoring order and stopping Corypheus remain our priority.
Good lord. Sorry, I was just looking up John Curry, our voice actor, aka Zevran. He does like 20 different voices in Skyrim. Like, just yikes. Correct, Late Chaval. That wasn't a sanctuary being violated. That was, you know, a dick being a dick. So yes, the trend continues, for those of you not aware. My sister is calling me right now. Yes, for those of you not aware, this game is actually on sale right now. Hi, what's up?
Possibly in a month. No! Yes, Sarah. Of course. Wait! I suppose...
Okay. It's a little bit more than I was expecting.
Yes, I can deliver. Oh, good.
Okay. Well, I can make that happen. Thank you. I do appreciate it. I do assume you've been having fun today?
Oh, Bells, it's you. Morris. Sir Morris, I suppose. I am serving as Quartermaster for Skyhold and its arriving throngs. Stores are growing, and so long as we have fair coin to restock, you and yours will be well served.
What makes you ideal for this position? It's an important one.
My family has ties to several freehold militias, as well as cousins acting as officers in Ferelden and Orlais.
And your qualifications?
My family holds treaties with 3 new money Tevinter houses, and a rare Orzuma contract with a Paragon namesake.
And your qualifications?
To be honest, your worship, that was my question. I am the nexus of a dozen threads tied by others, designed to cast the widest and most appealing resource net. But I will rise to the occasion. Skyhold will want for nothing. I swear it.
The previous quartermaster survived Haven. Where is she?
She had views. Has views. Perfectly legitimate ones if you share them, Inquisitor. I believe it was felt that your Quartermaster should be more palatable now that the Inquisition is in Orlais. She continues to serve, just not at the fore.
How's it going? Do we have what we need?
With Skyhold shining like a beacon? You name it, it's here or on the way. I've wrung out the slackers, given them what for. I think I like this job.
There are problems coming out of Halam Shiral?
There are always problems from Halam Shiral. We've lost a few contracts, but more than made up for it. Although, if a few commendations were given, it might retie some severed threads. I couldn't suggest how. That is better decided at your war table, and I'm not going near that thing.
Let me think about that Jesse's mask.
As you were.
We are here for you, Inquisitor.
I'll look into that right now while I'm doing these dialogues. Which I swear I'm paying attention to. Wink, wink. No, I am actually paying attention. You know me. I can multitask.
It's always wonderful to speak with you.
Okay, goodbye.
That's enough for now.
We shall speak again soon.
Yep, okay, so she's turbo done. Let's talk to Cullen. This is the fastest way to reach Cullen, as you can tell.
No, Sarah was in here, and when I find out what she's done, I will do something back.
Of
course, sir.
Leliana probably does, Solas probably does, but I'm just trying to get the outside stuff. Anyways, yeah, these games are on sale, continuing the trend of games I'm streaming being on sale, which happens more often than not, which is weird.
I wanted to thank you. When you came to see me, if there's anything... This sounded much better in my head.
I trust you're feeling better.
Yes.
Is it always that bad?
The pain comes and goes. Sometimes I feel as if I'm back there. I should not have pushed myself so far that day.
I'm just glad you're all right.
I am. I've never told anyone what truly happened to me at Ferelden's Circle. I was... not myself after that. I was angry. For years, that anger blinded me. I'm not proud of the man that made me. Now I can put some distance between myself and everything that happened. It's a start.
The past isn't always pleasant. Sometimes you have to let go and move on.
I can't forget what happened, but it led me here. I can make that mean something. Anyway, I meant to thank you, not trouble you further. You've enough to worry about. How are you holding up?
I've met good people here. Knowing they have my back, it helps.
You certainly keep interesting company. I suppose I do as well.
Therapy? Black File? What does that do? And oh my god, where am I? Where am I? Oh, Jesus. Okay, I see where I am. I see where I am.
I'd be perfectly happy never again setting foot in the Winter Palace. It wasn't the gossip and backstabbing, I know what the game entails, but the indifference to it all.
I didn't care for it myself.
I shouldn't be surprised. The Chantry can be the same. Their politics are less extravagant, but just as heated. The Empress rules a country. The Divine influences half a continent.
So, that's apparently all.
That's all for now.
Another time.
No, Evo, I decided, just out of pure vindictive spite, to refuse to dance with my one true love.
Your worship.
What is... Oh, okay. Hey, TSB. So, now that we've done that... Yeah, we flung Cassandra from the balcony and joined Sniff.
Want a drink? I've a hankering for company.
Well, I don't get to say no. Okay. Not that I would have, but, you know.
When I was a boy, there were these urchins who roamed the streets near my father's house. One day, they found a dog. A wretched little thing. It came to them for food. They caught it, tied a rope around its neck, and strung it up. Do you know what I did?
What?
I wasn't there, how should I know?
I did nothing. Not a damn thing. It was crying. I saw the kicking legs, the neck straining and twisting. And I turned around, went inside, and closed the door. I could have told my father, or alerted someone. I didn't. I just pretended it wasn't happening.
Yeah.
You couldn't have been the only one there, and no one else stepped in.
Doesn't make what I did any less wrong. I may as well have tied the noose myself. We could make the world better. It's just easier to shut our eyes.
Nothing worth doing is easy.
Look at you. You would have done the right thing.
You're damn right I would have.
There are people like you in the world.
I'm sorry.
There's
That
always
poor
some
puppy.
dog out there. Some fucking mongrel that doesn't know how to stay away.
I mean, Jesus Christ. I would have beaten the snot out of those kids if they got in my way. And I would have gotten that poor dog down. And then I would have gotten disconnected from OBS, which is the most important part of this entire process. And by OBS, I mean Twitch. I actually got disconnected from Twitch. I'm still here. Looks like it's already reconnected. That's just a weird blip. Whatever, we're just gonna accept that and move on. This is all Will King's problem. Damn you, Will King. Damn you. Why did you do this to us? Where is this quest? Where is this quest? Where are you, quest? Explain yourself. Where's the friggin' quest? Alright, no, I don't want to hear this goddamn song for one more millisecond. I'm getting out of here. I'm done. We're done. Blackwall is like, well, I could have saved the stream. Instead, I just stood there and watched as it shut down around me. Okay. You've been a friend and inspiration. You give me the wisdom to know right from wrong, and more importantly, courage to uphold them. It's been my honor to serve you. Bye! Blackwall's dead! And gone. And dead and gone and gone and... There you are.
The Spy Master has confirmed it. Blackwall is gone.
Cool.
Go on. Leliana knows where he is, doesn't she? She knows everything.
She doesn't know everything, yet. Sister Leliana had us search the Warden's quarters. Not much to find, except this. It was missing from last week's reports. I don't know what Blackwall's interest in this particular matter is, but it could be a good place to start.
One of the soldiers responsible for the Callier massacre was captured in Leeds. Like the others who were arrested for their involvement, Moray insists he did not know who he was assassinating, just he was following the orders of the captain, and this captain is still at large. He's to be executed within the week in Val Royeaux. Cool. Cool. Also, if I'm back now, thank you, Will King, for the sub. As always. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Alright, we'll have to deal with whatever drama Blackwall's got going on.
To know the sanctity of our great institutions is intact.
Say what now?
I need to have a few words with my publisher. The first one will be you, and the second one will be Bastard. They've claimed for years my crime serials don't sell in Orlais. So why is the Council of Heralds asking me for autographs? Sorry, distracted. Anyway, you need something?
Nope, we're good.
Carry on.
So, Solas, who no longer hates me.
There are spirits hovering by the veil to observe the thrones of powerful nations, the machinations, betrayals. After our time in Halam Shiral, I understand why. I had forgotten how I missed court intrigue.
You missed court intrigue. When were you at court?
God damn it.
Well, never directly.
And I lost rep with him.
An elven apostate is rarely invited to...
Why did I lose rep for that?
But from the Fade, I have watched dynasties form and empires crumble. It is sometimes savage, sometimes noble, and always fascinating. In any event, Celine should now be a steadfast ally. And Briala as well, thanks to your efforts on her behalf.
I hope Briala is able to use her position to help your people.
How would helping Briala help? Oh, you mean elves? I'm sorry, I was confused. I do not consider myself to have much in common with the elves.
Who do you have much in common with? Who are your people?
A good question. I joined the Inquisition to save the world. Regardless of who my people are, this was the best way to help them. As for the elves of Orlais, I believe Briala is doing quite well on their behalf. She is an admirable woman.
She's done good work. Hopefully with our help, she can help them even more.
Yes. However much I identify, or fail to identify, with her people, Briala's efforts have been remarkable. She organized resistance against a powerful enemy, using only her wits and the resources at hand. That demands respect, especially in a world where most would look at her and only see a pair of pointed ears.
Cool.
Greetings.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm interested in what you told me of yourself and your studies. If you have time, I'd like to hear more.
You continue to surprise me. All right, let us talk. Preferably somewhere more interesting than this.
Yeah, look, Solas just kind of hates my guts, and that's okay, because the feeling's mutual. Hi, DZ Maven. I just kind of want to slug him, you know? One right there. Yep, time to go sleep with Solas. Sorry, Giga.
Why here?
Haven is familiar. It will always be important to you.
We talked about that already.
I sat beside you while you slept, studying the anchor.
How long can it take to look at a mark on my hand?
A magical mark of unknown origin? Tied to a unique breach in the veil? Longer than you might think. I ran every test I could imagine. Searched the Fade, yet found nothing. Cassandra suspected duplicity. She threatened to have me executed as an apostate if I didn't produce results.
Cassandra's like that with everyone.
Yes. You were never going to wake up? How could you? A mortal sent physically through the Fade. I was frustrated, frightened. The spirits I might have consulted had been driven away by the breach. Although I wished to help, I had no faith in Cassandra, or she in me. I was ready to flee.
The breach threatened the whole world. Where did you plan to go?
Someplace far away, where I might research a way to repair the breach before its effects reached me. I never said it was a good plan. I told myself, one more attempt to seal the rifts. I tried and failed. No ordinary magic would affect them. I watched the rifts expand and grow, resigned myself to flee, and then... It seems you hold the key to our salvation. You had sealed it with a gesture. And right then, I felt the whole world change.
No, I'm looking it up. I'm officially using a walkthrough because I'm so low on rep with him. So I'm trying to find the quest here. I'm officially at the point of, Here we go. Okay, none of these matter. Got it.
It was that impressive to see me awake?
You had walked in the Fade. I have explored the Fade more than anyone alive. But even I can only visit in dreams. But you might have been able to visit me here while awake.
What do you mean?
Where do you think we were?
This isn't real.
That's a matter of debate. Probably best discussed after you wake up.
Where the hell am I? Oh, this is my room. Right, I've only been up here like once. Ever. You think that's air you're breathing right now? Yeah, I'm kind of the unusual one there when it comes to my dreams. It is extraordinarily uncommon that, you know, I don't notice that I'm dreaming. It has happened. Usually when I'm sick.
Sleep well?
I've never done anything like that before. Do you regularly talk to people in dreams?
No. Consider that one more rule you have effortlessly broken in your rise to power. I had no idea that the anchor would allow you to dream with such focus. It is truly remarkable. But I am reasonably certain we are awake now. And if you wish to discuss anything, I would enjoy talking.
Hang on, hang on, hang on. Give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. Here we go. Okay. Tell me about the elves.
I'd be interested in hearing your opinions on elven culture.
Perhaps you could ask Sarah. She has opinions.
Hang on.
You don't much care for Sarah, do you?
I pity her. Although I imagine she would detest that. Perhaps in truth, I envy her. She has a purity of purpose that I lack. I have observed too much and done too little. What do you wish to know?
Tell me about the ancient elves?
I'd like to know more about the elves from before our time.
The Dalish strive to remember Hallam Shiral. But Hallam Shiral was merely a fumbling attempt to recreate a forgotten land.
Arlathan.
Elvenan was the empire, and Arlathan its greatest city. Place of magic and beauty, lost to time.
You've studied ancient elves. What else do you know of Arlathan?
We hear stories of them living in trees, and imagine wooden ramps or Dalish Erebels. Imagine instead spires of crystal twining through the branches, palaces floating among the clouds. Imagine beings who lived forever, for whom magic was as natural as breathing. That is what was lost.
Imagine sacrificing thousands upon thousands of people on a regular basis to feed that. Oh, sorry, you don't like to remember that part, do you?
I'd like to know more about Dalish elves.
It is a mistake to think of the Dalish as a single group. They have lived as separate clans for centuries now. As a consequence, each clan has learned, interpreted, and forgotten different parts of Elven history. Some trade freely with humans, or adopt city elves who flee the alienages. Others attack humans on sight.
What can you tell me about elves living in human cities?
The culture in alienages or among the slaves of Tevinter is like any of the impoverished and powerless. They cling to memories of a better past, and practice a few rituals to distinguish themselves from humans.
I've heard tales that Dalish magic is different from the magic I learned in the Circle.
No and yes. Magic is magic, just as water is water, but it can be used in different ways. Dalish magic is more practical, not needing Chantry approval, although they still frown on blood magic. Superstition. Much of it is more subtle. A legacy from when elves were immortal.
Blood magic is evil.
The legends of elven immortality. Did they use magic to increase their lifespan?
No. It was simply part of being elven. The subtle beauty of their magic was the effect, not the cause of their nature. Some spells took years to cast. Echoes would linger for centuries, harmonizing with new magic in an unending symphony. It must have been beautiful.
Uh-huh.
You said that the censure against blood magic was a superstition.
I did. It's fortunate Cassandra is not within earshot. Most modern cultures forbid blood magic. Publicly, even Tevinter disapproves of it. But as I said, Magic is magic. It matters only in how it is used.
I agree with you.
I'd be interested in learning more about blood magic.
I would teach you if I knew it. Unfortunately, using blood magic seems to make it more difficult to enter the Fade. You understand why I never bothered to learn it. A shame, as it is extremely powerful, provided it remains a tool, not a crutch, nor a passion.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
It's later.
Something wrong with your tea?
It is tea. I detest this stuff. But this morning, I need to shake the dreams from my mind. I may also need a favor.
Okay.
But you don't need anything from anyone. You're known for that.
One of my oldest friends has been captured by mages, forced into slavery. I heard the cry for help as I slept.
I'd be happy to help. What did these mages use to capture your friend? Blood magic?
A summoning circle, I would imagine.
I'm sorry?
My friend is a spirit of wisdom. Unlike the spirits clamoring to enter our world through the rifts, it was dwelling quite happily in the Fade. It was summoned against its will, and wants my help to gain its freedom and return to the Fade.
I thought spirits wanted to find their way into this world.
Some do, certainly. Just as many Orlesian peasants wish they could journey to exotic Rivain. But not everyone wants to go to Rivain. My friend is an explorer, seeking lost wisdom and reflecting it. It would happily discuss philosophy with you, but it had no wish to come here physically.
Do you have any idea what the mages want with your friend?
No. It knows a great deal of lore and history, but a mage could learn that simply by speaking to it in the Fade. It is possible that they seek information it does not wish to give, and intend to torture it.
I'll help you. I'll never save a spirit.
All right. Let's go get your friend.
Thank you. I got a sense of my friend's location before I awoke. I'll mark it on our map.
Is that a war table or a real quest? Game? Game? There we go. Nope, nope, nope. Bye, Dorian, bye, Dorian.
So it's true. Some look to Cassandra or even me as Justinia's successor. I never thought the idea would gain momentum. Of course, with the other candidates out of the picture...
Is becoming divine something you really want?
When Justinia was alive, I would have laughed at anyone who even suggested that I could be her successor. Things have changed. Still, I don't know. Restoring the Chantry will be like trying to steer a sinking vessel through a storm.
Whoever becomes divine will have my support if she requires it.
And I'm sure whoever becomes divine will absolutely require the Inquisition's backing. The Chantry is faltering, but it still has influence over the people. Who tells the people what's right? Who do they look to in times of peril? A divine with enough support can change the Chantry. And with it, Thedas. But this is a discussion for later. If Corypheus wins, finding a new divine will be the least of our problems.
So I think Vivienne would be the worst option. Let me just start by saying that. Hi, definitely not Shelly.
A message from Divine Justinia.
That's a shock. You're all right reading it?
Thank you for the concern, Inquisitor. But I am. This message was written months, perhaps even years ago, to be delivered to me if she died. I've heard of such contingency plans. A sudden death often leaves loose ends. I'm to go to Valence, a small village on the waking sea. There is something hidden there.
Do you know what you're looking for?
The Divine was a powerful woman who used her position to obtain all sorts of things. Whatever she hid in Valence would very likely benefit the Inquisition and must be kept from falling into the wrong hands. If I'm lucky, she will have instructions for me.
Why hide things in Valence? What's so special about it?
Justinia was revered mother at the Chantry there for many years before she became the Divine. It is a place that holds great meaning for her.
I'll help in whatever way I can.
Wonderful. I was hoping you would agree to come with me to Valence. One more thing. If what is hidden in Valence is as valuable as I think, we're not going to be the only ones looking for it. I shall meet you at the Chantry in Valence. Try not to delay.
How bracing to be in the thick of the game again. The last time I was at Alam Shiral was Countess Letienne's wedding. There were a dozen affairs, 5 secret alliances, and a duel between 2 chevaliers over the vintage of an Antivan port. But until the Duchess was unmasked, I've never seen the Winter Palace in shock.
No one can say the evening wasn't memorable.
They've already begun composing songs about it in Val Royeaux, no doubt. The game's become increasingly insular in the past few years. Corypheus skillfully took advantage. It's disturbing so few people in the Orlesian court were aware of the Duchess's machinations.
The Empress realized she was in danger.
She's always in danger. Those loyal to her should have practiced more vigilance. But let's not lose sight of victory. Your actions at the ball have secured us allies and favors alike.
Playing the game was thrilling. We did just make history.
Indeed. Tales of this affair have begun circulating in Val Royeaux. Although I do wish Varric would show a bit more restraint in his accounts of the evening.
Yes, we have done Josephine's quest. I mean, honestly, at this point, we've done everyone except for Vivienne's Blackwalls, which we're in the middle of. Solas's, which is obvious, which we're also in the middle of. And Leliana's. Double checking in my head. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where we're at on that. This is when someone jumps in and says, and you forgot about this character. Who? Would be my answer to that. Let's hold court really quick.
I do not believe a reminder is necessary for this accused. Her capture and disgrace could not have been more public. Grand Duchess Florianne de Chalon, although her titles are among the dignities already at risk of forfeiture. You spared her life despite her treachery. What becomes of it now falls to you.
Really?
Out of your element, Florianne. Welcome to the Inquisition. My party.
Despite her posture, Lady Florianne has acknowledged your authority.
Should I curse you on behalf of the Elder One? I realize he had no intention of honoring the concordats I manipulated. Do as you must. I respect your mastery of the game, even as I despise your victory. Celine does not know her fortune.
So we could send her to the cloister, which legally strips her of all rank and title. We could give her a jester's outfit with badge. Oh, we can recruit her. We could, as an agent, we could recruit her as a worker. Or we can exile her, which is the only choice we will not pick from this list. One moment. I'm double checking some things here. You probably think, what are you checking? I am checking approval. For example, if we make her the court jester, Solas does not disapprove. Good to know. Good to know. No, Jesse's Mask is correct. I hate to do this, but at this point, I kind of... This is still a review. I would still like to show off as much content as possible, and I would like to show off Solas' quests. And that means we're officially farming rep. You know, it's funny. Guess who disapproves if you make her a jester? It's only one person. If we're done farming rep, then that's good, because I guarantee you he's not going to like my choice at the well. Vivienne, Sarah, Cole, Solas, Iron Bull, Vivienne? No, it's Cassandra. It's the only one who doesn't like that one. By the way, you get great approval if you make her a recruit. From Solas. You also get disapproval from Cassandra, Vivienne, Varric, Sarah, and Cole. Not doing that. That's... What do you think, crowd? What do you think? Alright, screw it.
She has caused no end of misery. It's time she brought some joy. Duchess Florianne de Chalon, jester to the Inquisition, in flat shoes.
History's greatest malevolence, Inquisitor. I am the jest of Orlais already.
I'm sorry. The way that John Curry said that is perfect. It's time you brought some joy. Just laid that line down there like a hammer. That was great. I think I've given John Curry a plus to voice acting. Oh yeah, it's actually... Yes, I have. Okay, let's do that really quick. Is she there right now? Nope. Damn. Okay. I've decided to give it more than that, Jesse's Mask. So much more. Yeah, you remember when we had that angry line back during the Warden quest where he just slammed down some truth?
I'm sure of it.
He nailed that. John Curry just perfectly nailed that. Just bam. Okay. We're going to double check with Cullen, but I'm pretty sure we're at the point where we could go do the 3 quests we have right now. Wooga wooga wooga, as the saying goes.
Did you need something?
Nope. We're good.
That's all for now.
And we're never talking to Cole ever again. Ever, 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 ever. We're never talking to Sarah or the Iron Bull. Why? Why, Evo? Why do you curse me so? We're done. We did their quests. We're done. Ah! Okay. What?
You know I've got no problem with Orlesians, but Halam Sharal was a mess. At least under the Qun, you don't get everyone tripping on each other's dicks while the country goes to crap.
I hate politics.
You've got a crappy job then, boss.
Okay, there. We talked to the Iron Bull. Moving on. Talk to him again? No! We're never talking to him again. Oh, we can talk to her now.
Inquisitor. A title hard to rhyme. A challenge for another day, I think. Forgive me my distractions, Eminence. I'm overwhelmed by you.
What are you doing?
My name is Meriden, a humble bard.
Are you a bard, like those of Orlais?
Oh, heavens no. I'm a minstrel first. My weapon is a cutting tongue, not blades. I hope my skills will help in some small way, if only I can give your deeds their due.
What do you bring to the Inquisition?
A simple thing that you know well. The power of a muse to rally hearts and minds. Inquisitor,
I want to spread the word of what you've done. A small but vital role. Perhaps I'll also make a coin or two.
Carry on, then.
Oh, I will do my best, Inquisitor. There is an issue that you should address. I think it's worth your time, Inquisitor.
Okay, cool.
Shame the alliance with the Chief's people didn't work out. He hasn't said anything, but he's feeling it.
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the Chargers?
You sealed the main rifted adamant, but the fortress is still a mess. Demons, darkspawn, making knows what. I could take Rocky out there with some of the boys. They know how to bring down walls. We can't close rifts, but we can bury the bastards under a ton of rubble.
Cool.
We'll talk later.
Yeah, Krem he does not know how to stand on sit? Stand sit? Like it's both. Look, like he's got the one leg and then the other leg's kind of through the chair. Oh, whatever. I'm sorry, Bragwin. I mean, I'm not sorry at all, but you know. Whoops.
Funniest thing I've seen in years. That cat dancing around, hopping and pouncing like a fool.
What?
Made my day.
One for the Empress. For Gaspar. Briala. The Duchess. And Caritas. Right in the dangle bag.
Well, remind me to stay on your good side.
Don't worry, you're sparkling compared to that lot. A cook here, a footman there. What's it matter, right, so long as there's a butt for the throne? A pretty one, sure. But how many lives are worth one Empress's arse? Ugh, that place. Should have just thrown in some bees and slammed the doors.
I don't know. Want to stop a party, I think you go earwigs.
I hate those things, with their little pinchy butts. Josephine should add that to her paper threats. You know the real lesson from all this? Never sleep with an Empress. We patched their spat, Briala and the Celine, but without their breakup, none of it would have happened like that.
That was a mistake on their part. It made everything worse.
Wrong way around, Inquisitor. It started worse. Lots of people died before there was a hole in the sky. That's who you're saving. If you get a chance, maybe remind them not to be idiots.
Oh yeah, hang on, real quick. Everybody, don't be idiots. Wait, that applies to me too. Shoot! Ah, wait, no, I want to go up. Up. Too far up. Too far down.
What do you need?
Too far everything. Okay, there we go. Cole!
I didn't understand the Grand Ball. It would have been easier if they said what they wanted.
What did you think of the masks?
What masks?
The masks. Everyone had them on their faces.
Those weren't their faces.
Yep.
I'll talk to you later.
See you around, Cole. Yeah, write that down. Be an idiot. Got it. Cool. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Lord Harriman. And I'll debate more of that later. But that's where I'm sitting right now. Okay, so West. I guess we'll do Blackwalls first. Or no, that's Blackwalls. Let's do it. Nope, Sarah's done. She's gone. She's dead forever. Please, von Falkenstein. We need more negatives in this game. We have been way too positive about this game all day. It's thrown me off. And oh, Jesus. There we go. And I really freaking wish the Iron Bull and Dorian would hook up already. God damn it. Did we? That should be under bugs, because that is a bug. Bug. We have not. We should probably put on some, clothing. There we go. I'm feeling 2 negatives for the party bug. Thoughts? Could be worse. Could be less bad. It's also really bad. Like, it's not just bad. It's really bad. We miss out on an inordinate quantity of content. That's a good point, Lord Heremont. That's a good point. I agree. 2 negatives for the bug, 1 negative for the lack of trigger. I agree completely. No, I agree. Party banter is a huge aspect of Dragon Age games. That's always been true, and it probably always will be true. No, Lord Heremont. I'm far too ugly to dress up like that. Also, red? Yeah, it's okay. I've got 6 hours to just sit here and listen to banter. I'll just beat every Mega Man game while the banter's playing. Just to sit here going like this the whole time. I'm not doing that. Don't ask me to. This run's been long enough as is. Yeah, banter is half of why I like Isabella and Aveline as characters, to use a direct example. Banter is at least a huge portion of why Alistair and Morgan and Wynne and Oghren and so many of the Dragon Age Origins characters are awesome. Play it while driving or cooking. Yes, I definitely do those things. You know what I did today, Lord Heremont? I'll give you a hint. I woke up, didn't eat breakfast because I didn't have time, went to the bathroom, did the dishes, and started streaming. Then I streamed into my lunch break, ordered some Taco Bell, ate the Taco Bell, went to the bathroom, came down, and started streaming. I don't have the time. At this point in my life, I do not have spare time. There's yard work I haven't done because I do not have time. Do you think the lack of triggers for banter is story or gameplay? Negative, I mean. Because I could see an argument for either. I'm very torn on that.
Cyril Mornay, for your crimes against the Empire of Orlais. For the murders of General Vincent Callier, Lady Laurette Callier, their 4 children, and their retainers. You are sentenced to be hanged from the neck until dead. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
Why? He's already been sentenced. That's the final step.
Well, this is grim.
Proceed.
Stop!
A Grey Warden.
This man is innocent of the crimes laid before him. Orders were given, and he followed them like any good soldier. He should not die for that mistake.
Then find me the man who gave the order.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
Blackwall!
No, I am not Blackwall. I never was Blackwall. Warden Blackwall is dead, and has been for years. I assumed his name to hide like a coward from who I really am.
You, after all this time.
It's over. I'm done hiding. I gave the order. The crime is mine. I am Tom Rainier.
Even the Executioner has a mask. Did you catch that? Tiny little culture point. Surprised they even bothered. Yeah, it's a pretty horrifying mask. I'm sorry to point that out, but like considering how little time and effort they had to do polishing touches like that. I mean, remember the Dreadnought? I'm impressed they actually bothered to make the Executioner's mask.
Told you. Told you they'd be back.
Well, they are not bad.
You have, of course, notified the stakeholders.
They are expecting.
When it all cleared, she was still in charge. So what was the point?
Welcome.
You would not believe the number of alliances shattered and broken.
No, it makes perfect sense, Von Balkenstein. It's good. I'm just surprised by it, that's all. It's exactly what I would expect from this situation. Chrono Trigger flashbacks. Well, this way we have the ability to do something about it. Wandering Doll.
I didn't take Blackwall's life. I traded his death. He wanted me for the Wardens, but there was an ambush. Darkspawn. He was killed. I took his name to stop the world from losing a good man. But a good man, the man he was, wouldn't have let another die in his place.
You think your death will make up for what you did?
Isn't it a start? Why are you here?
Oh yeah, sorry. So yeah, spoilers. Blackwall wasn't a warden, and God, it's so obvious, especially in hindsight. I think I've admitted this out loud. I sort of assumed, at least partially in the back of my mind, that he was just badly written. That they were just vaguing it up to vague it up, because there's several parts of Inquisition that are badly written. But no, it was actually well written. Holy crap! Rorschach. So, Blackwall was never a Grey Warden, which really explains just everything about him.
That depends on what you say.
Don't you understand? I gave the order to kill Lord Callier, his entourage, and I lied to my men about what they were doing. When it came to light, I ran. Those men, my men, paid for my treason, while I was pretending to be a better man. This is what I am. A murderer, a traitor, a monster.
Would a monster have given himself up? Somewhere along the line, you stopped pretending.
Yes?
I need to know about Blackwall. The real Blackwall.
We met in a tavern when I was on the run. I was nothing, a waste of life. But he wanted to recruit me. We headed to Val for the joining. But Blackwall insisted on making a stop along the way. An old ruin from one of the previous blights. He said it led to the deep roads. I was to go down alone, find a darkspawn, and fill a vial with its blood. When I returned, I found the warden ambushed by more of the creatures. He took a blow for me. He shouldn't have died. It should have been me.
Not saying I disagree, but Blackwall clearly thought you were worth saving.
No one should have died for me. He would have wanted me to carry on to Val I'm certain. But without Blackwall, there's no proof that I've been recruited. That I didn't kill him. I couldn't go to the Wardens. But I couldn't just walk away. So, Rainier died. And Blackwall lived.
Who were you before this mess?
I was a captain in the Orlesian army. Well regarded, respected. But it wasn't enough. One mistake. One mistake and everything I worked for fell apart.
Yeah, that's how it works.
The man on the gallows, Mornay. Who was he?
My second in command. He was a good man. When I heard he'd been caught, I was resolved to stop his execution. Couldn't let another die for my mistake.
I need to know the details of what you did. Who you killed. Why?
I betrayed the Empire and assassinated a general, all for gold. The man was General Vincent Callier. My employer was a Chevalier, Robert Chapuis. Sir Robert believed that Grand Duke Gaspard was the rightful ruler of Orlais and would eventually take the throne. He thought that by eliminating one of Celine's loyal supporters, he might endear himself to the true Emperor. I can't say if Robert's plan would have worked. I didn't care. There was good coin offered, and I took it. By the time Sir Robert's involvement was uncovered, I was long gone. Of course, the Grand Duke disavowed any knowledge of the act and publicly condemned it. Robert killed himself. Poison in his wine. Another victim of the great game.
You got your men to help you. What did you tell them?
They didn't know who they were attacking. I told them it was an important mission. They trusted me without question. Just as your men trust you.
Armies are weapons. Weapons don't wield themselves.
Weapons don't have lives, families, dreams. An army is not just a weapon.
My reports say that Callier was with his family. You had them all slaughtered.
I didn't know Callier would be traveling with his family. I assumed only soldiers, armed guards. My men had been told to eliminate everyone. They'd seen war. They thought they were defending their country. No one likes to think about that. But it's names that carry power in this world. Bloodlines. Heirs. No matter how leaders like Celine or Gaspard pretend the game is played, that's how real war is waged.
That shouldn't be how wars are fought. There's no need.
War is unfair, and the sky is blue. But you're right. There was no need for what I did.
There's another thing I'm still wondering.
Yes?
That's all for now.
I have Leliana's report on Tom Rainier.
This is helpful, or at least educational.
Don't blame yourself. We all made this mistake. What do we do now? Blackwall... Rainier has accepted his fate, but you don't have to. We have resources. If he's released to us, you may pass judgment on him yourself.
If it were up to you, what would happen?
What he did to the men under his command was unacceptable. He betrayed their trust, betrayed ours. I despise him for it. And yet he fought as a warden, joined the Inquisition, gave his blood for our cause. And the moment he shakes off his past, he turns around and owns up to it. Why?
Some part of you is impressed by what he did, isn't it?
Saving Mornay the way he did took courage, I'll give him that. But I can't tell you what to do.
I mean, there's only one choice here.
Have Rainier released to us.
We must move quickly. We can explore our options back at Skyhold.
What do you think of the Inquisition?
A full retreat, it sounds like. From a game
There is no doubt. Captain...
No, I'll explain what I mean by that as soon as I have the option. Let me just make a quick jaunt through the eluvian back home. Just kind of... We have Evo. Here, hold up. Is she there?
Not a lot to say.
Yeah, okay. Power, yes. For expertise, maybe not.
Attack. What's the state of the Inquisition?
Our alliance with Orlais holds. For the present. They'll send aid on request.
And your actions at Adamant denied Corypheus his army of pet demons. With Orlay's support, our numbers match his. Corypheus's followers must be panicking.
My agents agree. Our victories have shaken his disciples.
Perhaps they'll rethink following the Darkspawn Magister from the dawn of time. Where is Corypheus now?
After you dealt with the Duchess, Corypheus uprooted his major strongholds. He's moving south to the Arbor Wilds. His army clearly wasn't prepared to flee. Our victories have them on the defensive.
Good of Corypheus to make it easy to find him. If he's hiding in the Arbor Wilds, that's where we finish him.
But what is Corypheus doing in such a remote area?
His people have been ransacking Elven ruins since Haven. We believe he seeks more. What he hopes to find, however, continues to elude us.
Which should surprise no one. Fortunately, I can assist.
You have my attention, Lady Morrigan.
What Corypheus seeks in those Forgotten Woods is as ancient as it is dangerous.
Which is?
'Tis best if I show you.
Better come look, take a look at this cliche.
This is an eluvian, an elven artifact from a time long before their empire was lost to human greed. I restored this one at great cost, but another lies within the Arbor Wilds. That is what Corypheus seeks.
How did you get this in here? Like, especially considering the fact that that's a big mirror, right? Like, how did... Okay, whatever.
It's beautiful in its way.
I found legends of an elven temple within the Arbor Wilds. Untouched. It proved too dangerous to approach, and thus I turned elsewhere to find my prize. If Corypheus has turned southward, he could succeed where I failed. The eluvian would be his.
What does it do?
A more appropriate question would be, where does it lead?
Lol, Bragan. So we finally did it. 3 games, and we finally walked through one of these stupid things. And it leads to the extant. That's a joke for like 2 of you.
If this place once had a name, it has long been lost. I call it the Crossroads, a place where all eluvians join, wherever they might be.
This place is extraordinary. How could this even exist?
Who can say? Formed from the fabric of time and space, perhaps. The ancient elves left no roads, only ruins hidden in far-flung corners. This is how they traveled between them. As you can see, most of the mirrors are dark, broken, corrupted, or unusable. As for the rest, a few can be opened from this side, but only a few.
So there's this one that lets you fast travel to Orlais. Or, never mind.
How did you find out about this place?
My travels have led me to many strange destinations, Inquisitor. Once, they led me here. It offered sanctuary.
Sanctuary?
Not all the mirrors lead back to our world. The ancients were nothing if not resourceful.
If they don't lead back to our world, then...
Places between, like this one. I can describe it no better. For a time, I had a safe place to raise my son. But only for a time. One cannot remain in between forever.
What do you mean, a few can be opened from this side?
Some of the eluvians have been left unlocked, like doors accidentally left ajar. All others are closed. They can be opened only from beyond.
Opened how?
With a key.
I suppose you have such a key?
The key can be many things. Each eluvian is different. I have knowledge as well as power. Often that is enough.
Corypheus wants to come here?
This is not the Fade, but it is very close. Someone with enough power could tear down the ancient barriers.
And enter the Fade in the flesh, like Corypheus wanted to do with the Anchor.
He learned of the eluvian in the Arbor Wilds as I did. He marshals the last of his forces to reach it. You have made Corypheus desperate, Inquisitor. We must work together to stop him, and soon.
But yeah, I've already given my opinion here. That's neat and all, but I wish that had not only been moved further forward, but was the explanation for not only the Inquisition's power and reach, but the fast travel answer. I already said that. Moving on.
Fertile ground, even here. This hold has everything.
Who's that, Morrigan?
You're the Inquisitor. Mother never told me the Inquisitor was a mage.
If you can sense magic, don't ever become a Templar.
I can't. The lyrium gives me terrible nightmares.
Kieran, are you bothering the Inquisitor?
Of course not. Did you see what's on his hand, Mother?
I did see. 'Tis time to return to your studies, little man. My son. Never where you expect him to be, naturally.
I didn't know you had a son.
Why would you? I take great pains to not let my own reputation affect him in any way. To most in the Imperial Court, he's simply a quiet and well-spoken lad, perhaps the heir of some distant family. But he goes where I go. Worry not, Inquisitor. Kieran is a curious boy, but seldom troublesome.
Will his father be joining us as well?
I have raised Kieran on my own for quite some time now, as was my preference from the start. So 'tis but the two of us, Inquisitor. Your fortress is a large place, and you will scarce notice our presence.
He seems like a fine young man.
But not the sort one might expect a woman like me to raise. No son of mine would be raised in a marsh, bereft of contact with the outside world. His future will be difficult enough without my adding to his burden. To think, until recently this place stood decrepit, occupied only by the desperate and the lost. Now it is party to events that threaten to shake the world. I wonder if it is pleased.
It sounds like you've heard of Skyhold before.
This fortress was built upon the remains of a site holy to the ancient elves. They called it Terra Salan, the place where the sky is kept. It is said that from here, they reached up to the heavens to bring them down to rest. They abandoned it, as did the humans who came after them. Bones laid upon bones, silent until your arrival.
We were lucky to have found it when we did.
Fate is often mistaken for luck, as Mother is fond of saying. The magic in this place has seeped into the stones, protecting it from darkness. Those who let it fall to ruin did not know what they possessed. You, I think, shall do it justice. You were kind to welcome my aid, Inquisitor, even knowing as little of me as you do. I will do my best to aid your cause with all the knowledge at my disposal. This I swear to you.
I appreciate whatever help you can give us.
Some might think Corypheus a madman for seeking godhood. Yet one must ask, what were the old gods? What secrets of theirs did the ancient magisters know? What I fear, what all should fear, is not that Corypheus believes he can succeed. 'Tis that he actually may. I understand you have spared the Grey Wardens from destroying what goodwill was left them. 'Tis good of you, considering the weakness Corypheus exploited was their own doing. Still, should a true archdemon one day arise, they will no doubt be needed. Or so they would have us believe.
You seem to know a great deal about Elven lore.
The Dalish are not the only ones interested in the distant past, Inquisitor. Indeed, my skills allow me access to places the Dalish dare not even dream of. The ancient elves hold secrets they have not yet given up. Secrets about the foundation of Thedas itself. Thus, they are my focus. Corypheus clearly feels the same.
I'd like to know more about you.
Ah, yes. Whence comes the mystery woman slinking her way into the Inquisition's ranks? Once I was an apostate, living well away from the banal influence of the Chantry in the Kukari wilds. Then came the Fifth Blight with its darkspawn, and I left Ferelden for the Empress's court. 'Tis certain the nobles of Orlais breathe a collective sigh of relief that I am now here.
You were in Ferelden during the Blight?
The Blight began in the Kukari wilds, so yes, I experienced it firsthand. Indeed, I fought at the hero of Ferelden's side for a time. He is the reason the Blight was defeated. I wish things had gone differently in the end. It had to be, yet. And after that, I came to Orlais. The last place one would look for me, or such was my hope.
Tell me more about your son.
He is a very special young man.
Special in what way?
In every way. At first, Kieran was a means to an end. But as he grew, I never thought of myself as a mother, Inquisitor. I had no good example to follow. I find myself becoming something I can barely recognize.
The Orlesian court seems like an odd place to find someone like you.
That was the point, originally. I knew the Empress was intrigued by the arcane, and that I could answer questions no Chantry mage could. Thus, we fit together nicely. I became her advisor, and she my benefactor and source of refuge. Truth be told, our arrangement would not have lasted much longer. Too many wagging tongues, even for Celine.
It's odd that an apostate could live so openly.
It confuses those who expect apostates to cower and hide. I stand boldly before them and demand to know why I need some Chantry mage to teach me to control my power. They would put me on a leash so they can feel safer at night. I am uninterested in their comfort. Naturally, it helps to have friends in high places.
I leave you to the garden.
Of course.
I think the game got confused there for a second. Do you notice her weird line when she was discussing the warden? Because it's still technically counting as the male warden, aka the one who romanced her and is Kieran's father. And yet we switched that to Leliana. So, yeah, I think it's kind of going a little bit there. Yeah, I'll go with Chantry. Wong.
Will you need me again today?
I believe so. Let me check my distillations.
Where are we? Ah. Where the hell am I? Screw it. Ugh, screw it. Screw it. There we go. Now I know where I am.
Your worship.
Yeah, and as usual, Claudia Black is just stupidly good as a voice actress. Okay, so we should have a couple things to do here before we go to the south. No.
Have you had any trouble with them?
Not at all. I will inform you if that changes.
The tumult of the Mage Rebellion has been quelled. However, the city where it all began, Kirkwall, still suffers from the consequences of the fanatic Sredna's actions. Kirkwall was once my home. It was home of Grand Cleric Elthina, who was a mother to me and many others. We will not watch it languish. Starkhaven will soon embark on a mission of aid. We will send troops and workers to assist the rebuilding and restoration of the city. We'll do that one.
At your service.
We did it! Yeah, okay. Kirkwall's restored. Woo!
Let's see what we have.
Okay, so we ripped out her tongue. Cool. Next. Hey, it's King Alistair. Oh yeah, sorry, I should say this out loud. So for those of you who don't know, we actually talked about this in Dragon Age 2. If you spare Anders, Sebastian actually declares war on and goes to march on Kirkwall. So Inquisitor, here's the thing. I don't even own a mask. Thus, when the Orlesian Empress invites me to engage in real peace talks, I get nervous. I don't know what Orlesians mean when they say that, but I hear it involves poison and dancing, possibly both at the same time. I'm told you know the Empress Selene and she owes you for the whole saving your life business. Considering you helped save mine, maybe the Inquisition can make these talks happen? Talks between Ferelden and Orlais took place in Yater, and it was not easy to keep matters from spiraling out of control. King Alistair is no diplomat and has little patience for endless fanfare. Thankfully, the Orlesians are uninterested in more war and were able to smooth the way towards an eventual peace treaty. King sent along a sword that once belonged to Ferelden hero King Cullen had. Cool. And that's it. Peace in our time in a war table meeting. Christ, game. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. The Imperial Army will aid the Inquisition's forces against Cryphius. They must also address lingering issues at home. Weaknesses in the Vale, no doubt heightened due to rifts, have resulted in demons on the road between Val Royeaux and Monsignor. This would demand a call to action at the best of times. Unfortunately, the increasing number of travelers on the roads, merchants attempting to restore trade, and displaced civilians returning home has made the situation worse. Done. It was an honor to fight alongside the soldiers of the Inquisition. The demons stood little chance. You run an impressive army. Nothing seals an alliance like the bonds formed in battle. Yay. Commander, I understand your soldiers intend to pursue a party of Red Templars into the forests surrounding Val Royeaux. Val Foray? Bob Place. We have not forgotten your assistance against the demons, and we have sworn to your fight against Corypheus. Let us take up arms and cast the Templars out.
Inquisitor.
Done. Just done. No real dialogue there. Come to violence. Lord de Rosier has directly challenged the holdings of our ally, Lady Tybalt. He claims their ties to the Inquisition are to blame for the loss of honor, which is technically true. His militia is poised to threaten several trade outposts, though his will to attack may not be absolute. Despite being ostracized, he retains many allies. Well, you certainly hold him at bay. Perhaps we can revisit another course. Uniting his house and that of your ally might be both appease and profit all involved. The daughter is still betrothed, but there is a war of sorts. In such times, is it not personal sacrifice preferable to bloodshed? It is, in fact, the only wise outcome. I have already begun preparations. I like Leliana's answer here. Should we commit lives to this mess? If we withdraw, our original goal is achieved. They're fractured. None of this group is a threat. Or we can just fight them. I expect that, while it will not please all involved, asking for marriage to end this would be quickly agreed to by all parties. It is a language they all understand. They have no teeth for fighting. Normally I'd go with Leliana, essentially because screw them, and the more the nobles are fractured in the wake of the Inquisition, the better. However, they are our declared allies. And one of the things you really don't want to do in any organization, at any level, at any scale, is to prove you are an unreliable ally. So, fine. Our observers of the conflict have reported that the family has responded to our appeal. While not the most desirable outcome, it has been arranged peace, everything's cool. My daughter will comply. We are all servants of the chosen world, but it serves us well. I lack the standing to challenge this, so ask her to remember that it is her name stabilizing the conflict. Of course, this is the outcome. It is the only sensible thing. Blah, blah, blah. Alliance gotten cool. No, none of the power has been cheated in. That's just from doing side quest stuff, Czar. Not even war table stuff. Just doing the zones. We've swept the zones. What is it, like 8? 9 zones? Dance with the Dowager! There's no time to dance in the Winter Palace. I may claim the dance you offered now. You may not be familiar with the Allemande. It's a prelude to every great movement in music and in the game. I'd be happy to teach you the steps. To begin, the couples form 2 lines facing another south of the Imperial Highway between... Really? Okay, I'm actually going to go ahead and read that out loud, because that's funny. So she's telling me the dance steps. To begin, yeah, I deliberately skipped the shards, and yeah, I just got power dumped on my face. To begin, the couples form 2 lines facing one another. South of the Imperial Highway, between Bob and Bobville, is Bob Arena. It is a beautiful place of walnut groves, hollyhocks, and fifth-rate meaderies that recently lost its lord to civil war. The western edge is the hopeful young Comte de Passion, standing up his little toy soldiers for a quick and quiet invasion. Surely you would not leave the poor boy without a dance partner? If the Inquisition defends the lordless Yellen Basin, it might be considered your property. Yeah, no. Done.
To work?
Comes as a great shock to me. The organization that claims to be defending us from the breach holds an interest in walnut farming. Perhaps you intend to throw unshelled nuts into the sky to repel demons. Truly, such matters are beyond my expertise. If you have a legitimate claim, I'd like to hear it. Yeah, I got a bigger army than you. So. End statement. You dance as beautifully as I remembered. Are you ready for the second movement? The Allemande is typically followed by a courant, in which the steps are much faster, almost running. The Comte de Passion so enjoyed your last maneuver that he is now racing to petition the Council of Heralds for recognition of his claim d'Yellen. I was the first one he contacted, of course, because while the young man is prone to missteps, he is not a complete fool. He is very likely to reach out to Duke next. Cyril is the youngest and most persuadable of the council, and Germain is the oldest and most unlikely to support a claim of any old nobility over the donation of lands to a new Andrastian cause. You should make your own move, allegrissimo. I know, right, RRC? I'm actually torn on this one. Holy crap. Very true, RRC. A lot of interesting story and world building, and frankly, most of the politics are in the war table, which is just... I'm gonna go with her.
Let us begin.
We, the Council of Heralds, declare that Yelen base in the holdings of the Inquisition, and all revenues and oaths from these lands should be tendered thus, and who a titled lord until such a time as the Inquisition is dissolved, for the holdings lawfully granted elsewhere. No, I know, right, Lord Hermont? It is kind of a, is it better than nothing kind of a situation. The Chargers were able to tear down what was left of the Adamant Fortress. The demons would have been a problem, but with the support forces by Cullen, they kept them off our backs quite nicely. With the extra time the Inquisition gave us, we were able to salvage a few interesting items, including an old map of the surrounding area. We found an old map of the surrounding area. We should go do it. We did it! Cool. You know, that's fair, Lord Hermont. I suppose that is the question, isn't it? Is this better than nothing? Apparently, I haven't given that positive yet. Ambassador Montelier, we've never yet met, but I believe you have, through discreet means, saved me from a most disagreeable connection. As I dislike being indebted to anyone, I shall endeavor to repay you with news of some interest. Were you aware that the Grand Duchess of Leeds recently paid a visit to Lake Celestine? Indeed, she stayed the entire fortnight as a guest of Duke Bob of Barbarella. In light of her connections and the curious amount of coin which spread across the region in the aftermath, you may wish to pay him a call. Send in the diplomat on that one. Following the arrival of your letter, I invited my dear cousin to Halam Shiral for an urgent consultation with the Inquisition, during which time I had his home thoroughly searched. A large sum of Tevinter gold was found in his chateau, as well as a room full of red lyrium. Ho 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 ho! Ho 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 ho! Dead. A Chantry archive exists outside the city of Montefort, in the lower chambers of the monastery, also known for its fine wine. The latter has put the archives at risk, according to the abbess. She recently sent word to the Inquisition that looters have come in search of wine, and they will not listen to her assertions the wine is not actually stored in the lower chambers. Without Templars to guard it, and lacking coin-hard guards, the abbess has asked the Inquisition to move the archive somewhere more secure. Josephine's answer to that is, so we do errands for the Chantry now. I say take what we need. They'll think twice about approaching us for things like this. No, we'll play ball. We'll play ball. We'll help. As you know, the remaining clerics have sequestered themselves in the Grand Cathedral in hopes of electing our new divine. One would hope this would be done peacefully, but my sister has told me there's already been 2 mysterious deaths, the product of an assassin loose within the guards' halls. The Chantry has failed to find this killer, so I turn to you for aid. Please help my sister complete their thankless tasks in peace. Yeah, sure. Bam. The Inquisition caught the assassin with the Grand Cathedral. After questioning him, It seemed 3 different Grand Clerics hired him, each unaware the others had done the same. This knowledge is in the hands of the Chantry, a scandal, to end the ambitions of many eyeing the sunburst throne. The clerics have expressed their appreciation of the Inquisition, and also recovered some interesting items from the assassin. Sure. Cool. I had our people remove the downward-pointing triangular symbols from our outposts. They have not made a reappearance, which means little. It's clear someone has an interest in the Inquisition, someone organized with ties to those across the sea. We've eliminated the Qunari as the most obvious suspects, nonetheless, knowing they're not one does not tell us who they are. They're clever, and they have resources, but we must teach them not to toy with the Inquisition. Compliments to your spymaster. She's a resourceful woman. She once traced our agent to the Cayman Brie, and the match was ruled in her favor. Tell Sister Leliana to call off her dogs. Save them for Corypheus. We suspect also that she has gotten all she can from Sir Helmuth. A caterpillar in a leaf does not know there's a forest about him. You will hear no more from us. Our intention was to watch, and we have seen enough. Corypheus threatens us all, and the Inquisition is Thetis' only hope for stopping him. Remember that, for the moment, we are not your enemy, and as a gesture of goodwill, we share our knowledge. On behalf of the powers across the sea, the Executors. I'm sure that's not ominous. Marquis Briala and I wish to convey our fondest wishes to the Inquisition and all... to the Inquisitor and all the Inquisition, though I hope to pay a state visit to Skyhold in the near future. I fear the work of restoring what Gaspar has damaged requires too much of my time at the present. My dear Marquis has, however, found a suitable means of showing our appreciation. Her friends found evidence of a Venatori plot against the Navarran nobleman, Count Octavian. He's got these metal arms on his back. She believes that they intend to ambush him on the road as he rides to Navarra City to meet with King Marcus. Relations between Navarra and Orlais have never been friendly, and my interference would be taken badly. You, on the other hand, could warn the court. Deprive the Venatori of their victim. Win support for the Inquisition. Bam. I almost disregarded your warning, and thank the Maker I did not. Just as you said, the Tevinter brigands ambushed me on the road to the capital. I lost 2 good men in the battle, but would not have lost more if not for our guard. I am humbled to admit I am in your debt. Dorian has completed his research using the Liberalum and believes he has found a connection between Corypheus and an ancient magister named Sethius of House Hamladaris. This will be difficult to prove and may be of limited use, but it's worth noting that House Hamladaris still exists. Even the accusation that Corypheus and Sethius are the same person would be worthy of a scandal in Tevinter, one that the current members of the family might be desperate to avoid.
Inquisitor.
A quiet message arrived from House Hamladaris today. Considering the speed of the response, it seems hard to believe the family had no knowledge of what Dorian found in the book. Wonder how long they've sat on that secret. My dear Inquisitor, we are most appreciative of the information you provided. How scandalous to think that there might be some connection between our house and those fiends of legend. It's not true, of course, and to reassure you on this point, I intend to dedicate my family towards helping the Inquisition. Oh yeah, forever ago, von Falkenstein. You know, that's a good point, Lord Harrowmont. Yeah, Darth Sethius, the Terrorizer. Okay, that's everything except for what we do with Blackwall. So we can literally break in and rescue him. Well, okay. Hang on, she's not even an option here. The alternative is have... So we can militarily, like, break in and release him. We can use our connections to release him. We can use our spies to release him. Or we can use our agents to release him in a way that doesn't connect him to us. I mean, I don't care. None of this really matters to me, to be totally honest to you. But I like to be above board. So... let's be honest. Release him to me.
For judgment this day, Inquisitor, I must present Captain Tom Rainier, formerly known to us as Warden Blackwall.
I like how they use the exact same animation for everyone brought in, regardless.
Well, you are aware of his crimes. It was no small expense to bring him here, but the decision of what to do with him is now yours.
Kill him!
I didn't think this would be easy, but it's harder than I thought.
Another thing to regret. What did you have to do to release me?
Josephine called in a few favors. There are enough people out there who owe the Inquisition.
And what happens to the reputation the Ambassador has so carefully cultivated? The world will learn how you've used your influence. They'll know the Inquisition is corrupt.
I wish there'd been another way, but my options were limited.
You could have left me there. I accepted my punishment. I was ready for all this to end. Why would you stop it? What becomes of me now?
Well, it's funny how that works out, because, as I said, there's only one option here.
Blackwall intended you join the Wardens. I will let them decide your fate. But only when Corypheus is dead. For now, Tom Rainier, the Inquisition needs you.
As you command.
I'm told not all survive the joining. And the life of a true Warden is difficult.
If I die, it will be no less than I deserve. And if I live, I'll make it count. I am grateful for this, Inquisitor. And I will serve for as long as I can.
No, no pardon. That is the correct choice. Pretty much straight up. Someone who has done wrong, for the wrong reason, acknowledged it, grown, and become a better person as a consequence of that, who has nevertheless done wrong and acknowledged that, well, morally and objectively, that is the correct choice. Because morally, we are allowing a good man, someone who has become a good man, to try and continue being a good man. And objectively, we are allowing someone who is a criminal to go with the Wardens, which will satisfy the nobles at Orlais, as well as allow him to be of use, especially since the Wardens really need good people, frankly, like him right now. Like I said, that's just kind of how it is. If he dies during the joining, well, that's the coin flip that we can't affect, isn't it? But I'm still, like, I hate to say this. I'm sorry, this is both morally and objectively correct. This is both right and correct. I would not wish him to die, if it's not being clear. But I, of course, in the moment do not know that. I also don't know what Stolen Valor is. You'll have to explain that phrase to me. Where is Solas's quest? Where is your dumb quest? I mean, your amazing quest. Oh, right. We have to do Leliana's quest, too. Right. Okay. We'll do Leliana's first. I'm ready, Colgrim. Hit me. There it is. That's how you survive the joining. Be the PC. Ah, this quest. I remember this one.
It's just as I remember it.
You didn't tell me you'd been here before.
The hero Ferelden and I came here after the Blight to visit Justinia. She was just Dorothea then, a revered mother.
It's peaceful here. You must have good memories of this place.
It was a place of comfort. It is good to see it still untouched by Corypheus.
Leliana, is that you?
Sister Natalie, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Val Royeaux.
No, I've been here since Justinia died. This place makes me feel like she's still with us.
Inquisitor, this is Natalie, a trusted friend.
Wait, Inquisitor? You brought the Inquisitor here? My lord, forgive me for not recognizing you earlier.
Get up.
I wish more people would fail to recognize me.
Oh, I see.
Natalie, listen. There is something hidden here. Something Justinia left for me.
Oh, really? What is it?
I don't know, but we'll find it. I'm curious to see what brought us all here. Justinia's letter came with instructions for me. They were a little cryptic. Always remember that faith sprung from a barren branch, that light has no fear of darkness. Above all, that strength lives in an open heart.
She must be hinting at something in here. Let's look around.
Do they still sing verses from the benedictions every Friday? That canticle was Justinia's favorite.
Yes, of course. We'd never give up the traditions of our most beloved divine.
That is lovely to hear. I stare up at the breach sometimes. It's terrifying.
It is beautiful.
Right?
When the sun rises through it, it splits into what looks like 1,000 suns, like a broken mirror.
Yes, spectacular, isn't it? You must be careful, Natalie. Justinia's enemies are making their move, vying for position and the Sunbirth's throne.
I have miscalculated. Okay, look, in my defense, it was doing that thing where it's like ping, but like it's facing this way, so it's like, oh, it's up there. Sure, I'll just go up top. It's still doing it, actually. Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We have refixed. This is why the Inquisitor's so powerful, right there.
An open heart. Well, that one's quite literal. And morbid. But Justinia always said that compassion was my greatest strength. Doubt is easy. It takes courage to trust.
So, Evo, are you going to share? Or do I have to be much harder? For sure. More evil and villainous, as they might say. I do not know what it's pointing to over here. Whatever. This is just... okay. There we go.
Justinia saved me, but not in the way you'd think. She wouldn't let me give up. She saved me by forcing me to save myself. There's always light where there's hope.
I did that, but you know.
Looks like we opened something.
What is this, Indiana Jones?
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Good old Leliana was playing you the whole time. Didn't you realize?
They never sing the benedictions here on Fridays, Natalie. Something so simple. And you got it so wrong. I wanted to believe, but you were lying from the start. Keep that pretty mouth shut if you must, dear. You've already told me everything I need to know. The prickleweed burrs on your hem, talking about the sun rising through the breach. It all points to a single place. Morel in the Dales, Grand Cleric Victoire's bastion. She sent you, didn't she? Victoire was always an opportunist.
Who is this Grand Cleric? I've never heard of her.
An experienced cleric. She never agreed with Justinia, but kept her ideas to herself. I suppose now, with Justinia dead, she thought she could make her move.
I want to know what this Grand Cleric planned here.
She sent Natalie here to see what Justinia was hiding, no?
The Inquisition has turned Thidas away from the true Chantry. It must be stopped.
Stop us? You must be joking.
Mother Victoire is well loved by many. The Inquisition has more enemies than you know.
And Victoire thinks she can ally with them.
Good work. We know the name of our enemy. That's half the battle won.
Exactly.
Kill me then. I am not afraid to die for my beliefs. At least I still know what I believe.
I don't want to get preachy, but you know how I just mentioned that Blackwall was both, giving Blackwall to the Wardens was both the right and the correct call? The reason that was unique, and why I said there was only one option earlier, is because that's actually pretty rare. Usually what is right and what is correct do not agree with each other. And yeah, the fact that we choose this instead of Leliana is certainly interesting, but whatever. Apparently this isn't Baldur's Gate 3. But no. The right thing to do is to let her go. And the correct thing to do is to kill her. Objectively, this is a declared enemy who will not change her mind and is someone who is already sent as part of an agent, as part of an enemy faction, which is trying to undermine our power base, which just serves the enemy and causes all kinds of other issues down the road. But morally speaking, whether she deserves death or not is almost irrelevant, if I might be so bold. Because morally, the point here really has nothing to do with her, but everything to do with Leliana. Like I said, I don't want to get preachy, but it's a little bit too easy to find yourself thinking that we're going to do what is necessary and just kind of fall into that particular mindset. And this has absolutely nothing to do with killing an enemy spy and everything to do with the soul of Leliana. That's the choice here. That's the real choice and the thing that actually matters, if I might be so blunt. Ergo,
release her, Leliana. She's no threat.
The Grand Cleric?
She is one woman. We are the Inquisition.
The Inquisitor has spoken. Run. Tell your mistress that she has a choice. The Inquisition is coming. No! This can't be it. There's nothing here.
It's not what you expected. That doesn't mean it's nothing.
There's a message carved in the lid. The left hand should lay down her burden. She's releasing me. The Divine has a long reach, but it is always her left hand that stretches out. 1,000 lies, 1,000 deaths. Her commands, but my conscience that bore the consequences.
Then you have to let it go. Let her go. You don't owe her anything anymore.
If it were not for you, I would have killed Natalie and called it a good thing. Thank you for showing me what was right when I couldn't see it for myself. There are things that must be said, but not here. I will see you back at Skyhold.
In Baldur's Gate 3, there's the option to choose for your companion, but then there's usually the option to let your companion choose. And, amusingly, what your companion choose depends on how you've been interacting with them up to that point in time. So it's actually even more nuanced than just having 3 options. It's actually pretty damn well done. Yeah, no, it's freaking awesome. There's some really good scenes as a result of that. DOS 2, yeah, both did that. Much lesser so, but yeah. I swear we'll save your spirit friend in a minute, Solas. I'm just busy trying to save Leliana's soul, don't mind me.
Here is the request.
Grand Cleric Victoire has offered the ambassador support for the Inquisition.
Ah, Natalie is as persuasive as ever.
I'm told that Ambassador Montillier is pleased with the restraint you showed in Valence.
She's positively beside herself. I will never hear the end of it.
Niceness before knives, Leliana. Haven't I always told you?
Will that be all, my lady?
For now.
You still haven't told me your Blackwall thing, by the way.
I love making new friends, don't you?
It was a gamble, Inquisitor, but it paid off. If you hadn't been with me at Valence, I would have killed Natalie. I'd have told you that I didn't have a choice. But there is always a choice. I am more than this. I am more than what Justinia made me.
What does this mean for my Inquisition? Will you still be my spymaster?
Of course. I would not give up my post. Not after everything we've built. I just know now that I shouldn't ignore my heart. Mercy is not always a weakness.
Do you resent Justinia for what she did?
How can I when there is so much between us? When she gave her life for peace? No, I believe her intentions were pure. Most intentions are.
You've exceeded her. She could never have imagined the power you now hold.
And now I will know how to use that power wisely. I have to stay true to who I really am, before a spymaster, left hand or bard. I almost lost myself.
I was going to say, yeah, the warden kind of was like, hey. And by the warden, I, of course, mean me. Previous me. It's been about 10 years, but it was still me. Hang on. Let's reset things for a second. Actually, why don't we just do Solas's quest, and then we'll... yeah, here we go. Then we'll come back and do a round of talkie. We shouldn't have that much talkie to do. So it shouldn't be too bad. Really? Okay, you'll do. Thank you, Nemesis. As a reminder, as always, you can put that towards up to 3 things, not merely 1, at no detriment or consequence. And if you don't, stab! Why do I need Solas in the party? God damn it. In fact, why is it even an option, actually? That's, now that I'm thinking about it. Hang on. Let's see if we actually need Solas. I'm really curious now. ready. I'm ready for the negatives. Let's do it. Negatives for everything.
Perhaps we should search about a bit.
No, I'm actually legitimately curious if there'll be a thing where it's like, oh yeah, Solas, I'm here, or it'll let me like re-pick my characters or something, you know. Okay, we're gonna do your quest without you, buddy. Appreciate you. Peace. Listen, Von Falkenstein, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we're just gonna do this for a second. All this terrain? Nuh-uh. Where we're going, we don't need terrain. Sorry, I had to enjoy that because if you remember, we did this zone before I had that flight mod. And I hate those goddamn trenches. Well, we can add it to the BRBG block. That's pretty valid. Surely there's something else that you're interested in, Nemesis. I mean, there's like 600 games on the list right now. Don't worry, Kira White Noise. Solas would never become an extremist who wants to destroy the entire world. Yeah, okay, looks like it's not even triggering. Damn, I knew it. I knew it. Okay, whatever. Doodle it. Oh god, Colgrim, I don't even know. Like, I legitimately do not know how much content. Like, if we were to somehow... Interesting picture there. If we were to somehow magically, you know, do the whole list, how long that would be. Okay, fine, you're here, Solas. It's okay. It's okay. We can enjoy the trenches again.
Something here. Better take a closer look.
Here it is. Here it is. Behold the trenches. Yeah. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Trenches, trenches, trenches. I hated these trenches so much. Screw you, trenches. I spit on you. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Spit, spit, spit. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm satisfied. I feel better. You know what I love most about this Colgrim? Nobody's bothered telling me I should level because everybody knows there's really no point at this point. Like, spending my points doesn't mean anything anymore.
Thank you for this, Inquisitor. We are not far from where my friend was summoned.
Well, let's fix it. I got your back, yo. I care about you, Solas. Nod convincingly. Misleading statement. I have great interest in your well-being, Solas.
Ah! The mages turned your friend into a demon.
Yes.
You said it was a spirit of wisdom, not a fighter.
A spirit becomes a demon when denied its original purpose.
So they summoned it for something so opposed to its own nature that it was corrupted. Fighting?
Let us ask them.
A mage! You're not with the bandits? Do you have any lyrium potions? Most of us are exhausted. We've been fighting that demon.
You summoned that demon! Except it was a spirit of wisdom at the time. You made it kill! You twisted it against its purpose!
I understand how it might be confusing to someone who has not studied demons, but after you help us, I can...
We are not here to help you.
I don't think I've heard him be that pissed before. Holy crap. Alright, hold on a sec, So we're on this quest. I think. Which quest are we on? Hold on a second. Look, we're at full walkthrough level, okay? Okay, here we go. So, ahem.
Word of advice? I'd hold off on explaining how demons work to my friend here.
Listen to me. I was one of the foremost experts in the Kirkwall
Shut up. You summoned it to protect you from the bandits.
Yes.
You bound it to obedience, then commanded it to kill. That is when it turned. The summoning circle. We break it, we break the binding. No orders to kill, no conflict with its nature, no demon.
What? The binding is the only thing keeping the demon from killing us. Whatever it was before, it is a monster now.
Inquisitor, please!
Yeah.
I'll do everything I can to save your friend, Solas.
Thank you. We must hurry!
I do remember Evo. I still don't even see these options on the quest thing. Like, this is the quest, yeah, this is not... I don't understand why this isn't listed here. Whatever, I give up. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Whoop, 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 whoop. Not him. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, 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 wait, wait. Wait, no! No! Okay, attack that thing, not him. Don't kill the demon. You don't talk too much. Talk more, Evo. Talk more, be destroyed. I will destroy all of Thetis if you do not talk more. I'll send you the Grey Wardens if you don't talk more.
Someone help!
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine.
Lethaline, Irabalas.
Tel Abalos en Asal Atalim. Mamilava Halani. Malasuladinadas. Magilani Midanam.
Manuvinin. Dareth Shara.
We get a greatly disapproves if we kill the Pride Demon, by the way. That's interesting.
I'm sorry, Solas.
Don't be. We gave it a moment's peace before the end. That's more than it might have had. All that remains now is them.
Thank you. We would not have risked the summoning, but the roads are too dangerous to travel unprotected.
You tortured and killed my friend.
We didn't know it was just the spirit. The book said it could help us.
If we let him kill them, we get approval with Solas. And I need approval with Solas. Like, I really do. Like, you don't understand, man. Like, Solas, he's just so awesome that he deserves to have every stupid, dumb whim that goes through his brain accepted. You don't understand. I can save him. I can fix him. I can fix Solas. Death.
Damn them all. I need some time alone. I will meet you back at Skyhold.
Yeah, by the way, did you catch that? He's a demon summoning expert from Kirkwall. We all know what that means. Anyways, thank you, CDJ, very much for the sub. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 3 things, if you would like to, for future streams. We can't do it, Giga Pudding. We can't fix him. We can't fix him. He's gone. He's so far gone. Yeah, Hawk missed yet another blood. We killed so many blood mages. We can fix him, Giga. It's fine, Terra. It's fine. Everything's fine. Solas is just pure evil. It's fine. We're cool.
Inquisitor.
How are you, Solas?
It hurts. It always does. But I will survive.
Thank you for coming back.
You were a true friend. You did everything you could to help. I could hardly abandon you now.
Where did you go?
I found a quiet spot and went to sleep. I visited the place in the Fade where my friend used to be. It's empty. But there are stirrings of energy in the void. Someday something new may grow there.
What happens when a spirit dies?
It isn't the same for mortals. The energy of spirits returns to the Fade. If the idea giving the spirit form is strong, or if the memory has shaped other spirits, it may someday rise again.
You're saying your friend might come back?
No, not really. A spirit's natural state is peaceful semi-existence. It is rare to be able to reflect reality. Something similar may reform one day, but it might have a different personality. It would likely not remember me. It would not be the friend I knew.
I'll let you get back to work.
All right. Thank you again.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, that reminds me. So the Elven that the friend was speaking earlier says, Solas says, I'm sorry. The spirit says, I'm not. I'm happy. I'm me again. You helped me. Now you must endure. Guide me into death. Solas then says, as you say, safe journey. And then he like stabs it, but he doesn't hit a vital artery. So he has to stab it again and again, and he just keeps missing the vital spots. Just can't hit the target.
Inquisitor, Do you have a moment?
This quest goes differently if you're an elf, apparently.
What were you like before the anchor? Has it affected you? Changed you in any way? Your mind? Your morals? Your spirit?
I don't believe so.
Ah.
Why do you ask?
You show a wisdom I have not seen since my deepest journeys into the ancient memories of the Fade. You are not what I expected.
Sorry to disappoint.
It's not disappointing, it's... Most people are predictable, but you have shown a subtlety in your actions. A wisdom that goes against everything I know of your people.
I do what I can.
You are modest. So many would use this Inquisition as a blunt instrument in their rise to power. But not you.
So what does this mean, Solas?
It means that I respect you deeply, Inquisitor. And I have disturbed you enough for one evening.
Yeah, did you notice that extremely casual racism? The worst part is I still cannot talk about this jackass. And that's the worst part, which we'll discuss why that's the worst part later. Yes, we're one of the good ones. Yes, I'll feel very bad when I have to murder your entire... Oh, no, I didn't say that. I do, Colgrim. But the irritating part is I can't even talk about why I can't talk about it because of the fact that I can't talk about it. No, I'm not being facetious or making a joke. That's a literal statement.
My friend.
I believe we're done with him.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Cool. So I do believe we're actually done with Solas. Yay! We got his final scene. That should also impact something coming up, too. At least two things, actually. Alright. Give me a sec. We need to talk to Blackwall. Anybody else do this like I do? I guess this is kind of the speedrunner Metroidvania way my brain works. I don't have like a list of people. I picture a map of the Skyhold and where everyone is, and I look around trying to figure out where everybody is and think about, did I talk to her? Yes, I talked to her. Yes. Did I talk to him? Yes. Did I talk to them? Yes. Talk to him. We have to do that. We'll do that in a second. Talk to him. Talk to him. Talk to her. Talk to him. Talk to her. Talk to him. Okay. I don't know if I want to lose more rep with Solas, Lord Harriman. Maybe I shouldn't bring him. Oh, whoop, whoop, wrong way. I want to go to this way. I have a very visual brain in general. Even when I'm writing, I usually have like diagrams and calendars and apps, you know, stuff like that.
Inquisitor?
How shall I refer to you? Rainier or Blackwall?
I've gotten used to Blackwall. Perhaps we could treat it as less of a name and more of a title. Almost like Inquisitor. Reminds me of what I ought to be.
Everyone needs something to aspire to.
Exactly. I'm glad you understand.
Nothing right now. Perhaps in a bit.
Damn it, Solas. We're not drinking from the well. That's extremely stupid. Alright, I do believe that is it. Let me double check it. Yep, nope, that's it. It's MSQ time. We even have time to do some MSQ. Holy crap.
Inquisitor?
Fine, let's lose rep with Solas. It's not like it's any real skin off my back. Oh, speaking of drinking, thank you for reminding me. Oh, shoot. Has Vivienne's quest triggered yet? Because it hadn't triggered and we were waiting for something. That means we have to do Vivienne's quest, I guess. Alright, warning, your inventory is full. Oh! Okay, let's go solve that problem really quick. I don't think Meryl would join Solas. Not once she learned the horrible, horrible truth. Get all this crap. And just get all this crap out of my inventory. Get rid of all of it. Junk. It's all junk. Get out of here. Okay, fine. Sell. Continue to sell. Sell all the sell. Never figured out how to implement the light leggings. That's fine. Whatever. We have a couple of Amulet of Powers. Interesting. Get out of my inventory. There we go.
Inquisitor? Inquisitor?
It's fine, Tsar. Fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
So I'm thinking... Inquisition?
There we go. Confirm.
Almost.
Oh yeah, we gotta do one more thing while we're here. There you go. So now we've gone through all these quests, it's time to give in. The dark side. We'll go with that. not really a black, is there? This will have to do. Behold. Alright, moving on. MSQ. Wait, no, we're talking to Vivienne. God damn it, Vivienne, why do you exist? Why are you alive? Well, let's fix that. Vivienne, woo. Put on some real clothing.
I'm afraid I must ask you for help. There is an alchemical formula that I must complete, but I have been unable to obtain a critical ingredient. The heart of a snowy wyvern.
Okay.
I had arranged to obtain one, but the chevaliers working with me were killed in the Civil War.
Okay, so, like, what do you want me to do exactly?
If I'm going to hunt down a snowy wyvern, I need you to tell me everything you know about it.
They're quite rare and exceedingly dangerous. Their venom is the most potent of any wyvern. Ordinary hunters would not make the attempt. The risk is too great. You, my dear, would certainly be an equal to this monster.
How many dragons have I killed at this point?
I didn't know you were an alchemist, Vivienne. What exactly is this project you're working on?
It is a special request from a member of the Council of Heralds. I am still the Imperial Court Enchanter, after all. The matter is private. That is all there is to say.
You want me to risk my life to get this thing for you, but won't tell me what it's for.
My dear, it is hardly proper for me to blab the secrets of those who put trust in my discretion. I would do no less for you, after all.
How do you put on your outfit in the morning? Do you, like, loosen it so you can slip your head through it? Or is it not possible to loosen it?
I'm not a hunter. Why do you think I can help?
This beast is not hunted for sport, as other wyverns sometimes are. It is far more deadly. In the past, chevaliers have been dispatched to either kill the creatures or drive them away from villages. Since my chevaliers have fallen to political conflict, I find myself in need of someone with a martial aptitude.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you, my dear. I would be most grateful. I shall give the location of its lair to Cullen. Remember, my dear, I must have its heart, or the potion will not work. I eagerly await your success.
Sure. Yeah, maybe she's like the sorceresses in Witcher. But they don't actually wear clothing, they just wear magic. Fun fact, that's a thing in Guild Wars 2 as well. It's used less for titillation and more for utility there, but it's still a true thing. I can look at her desk. Or I could shoot myself. Damn, that didn't do anything. Maybe if I shoot myself in a second, then... Okay, cool. Still not doing anything. The issue of Tom Rainier has been settled, but his deception has far-reaching consequences. Had we not used the Grey Warden treaties, we might not have found ourselves in so awkward a position. As it is, I receive daily message from all quarters demanding we make reparations. Sorry, did we embarrass a Duchess at a soiree by stepping on her gown, or was that the Sky Torn Open and having been beset by an ancient Targ spawn magister? We needed the gold, we needed the men. You should have persuaded someone to part with them, with or without the treaties. We're not making reparations for what we had to do. What no one else could have done. Don't forget, we are now allied with the Wardens. If we had no authority to conscript before, we do now. Go ahead, Josephine.
Inquisitor.
Okay. Like a Morgan is just now part of my inner, circle. Because, sure. Sure. So, do we need to bring Vivienne for this one? I guess that's a weird question, but, I find it to be a valid one. Given where that is, we actually need to be, like, here to get there, don't we? I remember that stupid spot. Alright, this is it. This is your final chance. Come on. There you go. Dorian. The Iron Bull. Make it happen. Everybody wants you to do this. Just make this happen.
Word for you.
Nope.
I don't have time.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty natural for me, Czar, if I'm understanding your question correctly. Oh yeah, wait, I can fly this time. Yeah, woo! Screw the terrain. Invisible walls suck. Okay, we gotta go above the invisible wall. This is pretty high up. This is still an invisible wall here. Look at this. Look at that. Ugh, I hate the zone. Alright. Fine. Vivienne, you owe me one.
It's quiet here. I like it.
Yeah, Dorian, and also the Iron Bull. It's so quiet. It's very romantic here, wouldn't you say? Couldn't you just think about how... Just have sex. Just do it. Just go have sex already. God damn it. Get out of my way. Why are you not dead yet? Listen, they have to have sex, Gum Gum. It's mandatory. It's required by law. There's a wyvern. What's up? How you doing? How did you live through that? Oh, only one hit you, that's why. Alima! Alima! Okay, we're full. What the heck is Takeshi, Terra?
Inquisitor.
Woo! Where's her stupid desk? A suitable replacement for the Primatus root must be derived, as the plant went extinct during the Second Blight. Dried red moss cut from Wandering Hill has shown similar restorative effects. An emulsion of silverite and elf root extract can counteract the fatal toxicity of red moss. Solution must be heated for exactly 75 minutes with a magical flame. Mundane fires regarded as fuel flight have been found to burn at too low a temperature. The heart of the snowy wyvern must be added at the last possible moment. The compound becomes unstable when exposed to light. Even if stored in perfect darkness, it is only viable for 3 days. It begins to degrade in potency in a matter of hours. An experimentation has shown that age and regression effects decrease steadily over time from the moment it's synthesized. From the second day, the results are almost too subtle to detect, and by the third, it's entirely useless.
If you require any assistance...
Youth serum? I've never seen alchemy this complex. Where did you get it?
Okay.
What can I do for you, my dear? Is it too much to hope that you've brought me the heart of the snowy wyvern?
I've brought you the heart as requested.
Inquisitor, you are a treasure. Please accept this as your payment. I must begin work immediately. You have been a dear friend, and I would like you to come with me.
Okay.
This should only take a moment, Inquisitor. I'm here, my darling.
Vivienne,
Yes, darling.
it's going to be all right, my love.
My darling? Bastien?
Vivienne, I'm sorry.
There's nothing here now.
Yeah, old age is kind of a problem. That was extraordinarily brief.
Bastien is dead. I can hardly believe. It was the Wintersend Ball. My first visit to the Imperial Palace. The Circle sent a dozen of us to entertain the nobility. I was in awe of everyone and everything, and then our eyes met. Bastien spent the entire ball at my side. The Dowager tried to have him killed for slighting her, but he didn't care.
Falling in love across a crowded ballroom. Sounds like something out of a children's story.
He was a dashing rogue, and any defects he might have had were made up for with rank and importance. It was a more innocent time, I suppose. And now he's gone, and I must write to his son Laurent. And his sister will make a terrible fuss if she isn't informed first. And I'll need to arrange for the Chantry services. Maker only knows how long that will take.
If I can help you, just say the word.
No, my dear. I'll handle everything. Excuse me, I have so much to do.
No, I don't think she did it. But I would like to argue for a negative. This is this is the only character story, the only prime opt, as I like to write them down as, that has been enormously underwhelming. Just kind of like, what? Like, you could tell, I've been talking this entire time about how this game is bullet pointed, because of time, development, all that fun stuff. But this is probably the most bullet point of the bullet points, right? You could tell that they had ideas. You could kind of get the glimpse of what they were going for here. But it's like, hey, so, yeah, I need you to go do a fetch quest. Okay. All right, thanks. Have a drink. Don't be afraid. He's dead. Okay, I have to tell him. The end. What? I just... No. That was a complete nothing burger. Yeah, there's clearly pieces missing there. And it's just... Okay, we're done. Yeah, oh, sorry. You can actually give her a fake heart with the same outcome. I actually meant to mention that because I was looking at the quest over there. And it's like, like, that feels like a choice that should have led towards something, right? Like, oh my god, the potion, it should have worked. How did it go? Oh no. Or instead, you know, I've bought a few more days with my love or something. But instead, nope. Blah. It's a punching match. I'm sorry, Evo. I gotta go! I got stuff to do! Speaking of which. Sorry, Evo. Alright. Oh, god damn it. Oh, whatever. Let's do this.
With an eluvian, Corypheus could cross into the Fade in the flesh.
Indeed. The Inquisitor can attest that these artifacts still work if one knows how to use them.
What happens when Corypheus enters the Fade?
Why, he will gain his heart's desire and take the power of a god. Or, and this is more likely, the lunatic will unleash forces that tear the world apart.
I was gonna say, to be perfectly blunt, I don't think Corypheus knows what he's doing. I don't think he knows he's gonna succeed. I mean, given what happened at the conclave, right?
We don't have to worry about this eluvian if Corypheus isn't alive to use it.
Stopping him thusly would be ideal, if you could manage it.
Pardon me, but does this mean everything's lost unless we get to the eluvian before him?
Corypheus has a head start, no matter how quickly our army moves.
We should gather our allies before we march.
Can we wait for them? We should send our spies ahead to the Arbor Wilds.
Without support from the soldiers, you'd lose half of them.
Then what should we do?
You overcome it, all three of you together. Josephine, have our allies send scouts to meet us in the wilds. Leliana, your fastest agents will join them. Together, we'll have enough spies to slow down Corypheus' army until Cullen's soldiers arrive.
Such confidence. But the Arbor Wilds are not so kind to visitors. Old elven magic lingers in those woods.
We'd be remiss to not take advantage of your knowledge, Lady Morgan. Please, lend us your expertise.
'Tis why I came here, although it is good to see its value recognized.
Any further instructions, Inquisitor?
The Inquisition began as a handful of soldiers. Thanks to you, we're now a force that will topple a self-proclaimed god. I could ask for no finer counsel, no better guidance.
I mean, I could.
I speak for all of us when I answer. We could ask for no finer cause.
And Leliana's like, don't speak for me.
We'll hound Corypheus in the wilds before he can find the temple or this eluvian.
So hold up. Are we actually, is this actually another open world goddamn zone? Is this just my life? I'm just cursed for this? Whatever. Nice portrait there, Vivienne. I mean, we still have the Descent coming up. Oh yeah, music's in this game. I was told to do the Descent last. I don't think I'm going to, Tara. Quest names can be cool, but giving a positive for quest names is extraordinarily rare. I think we've only done it once ever. And it was an extremely clever usage of it. I'm curious what the references are, though. Oh yeah, they're definitely building this up to be the final mission. Spoilers, there's 2 after this. Gotta have that fake out ending.
Inquisitor.
How goes the battle, Captain?
The Red Templars fall beneath our blades, your worship. Commander Cullen says they're nearly finished. Our scouts saw Corypheus traveling towards an elven ruin to the north. We can clear you a path through his armies.
Do only what you must. We need enough people for a celebration when we get back to Skyhold.
We will not fail you, my lord, no matter what comes. Andraste guide you, Inquisitor.
I wonder, is it Andraste your soldiers invoke during battle, or does a more immediate name come to their lips?
They show me respect, Morrigan. No one mistakes me for the Maker.
True. You are far more likely to come to their aid than a Chantry fable. But I digress. If your scouts report accurately, I believe these ruins to be the Temple of Mythal.
Which is?
A place of worship out of Elven legend. If Corypheus seeks it, then the eluvian he covets lies within. Let us hope we reach this temple before the entire forest is reduced to ash.
Why are we hearing explosions? Like, we don't have gunpowder. Like, it's a plot point that we don't have gunpowder. The Qunari, they have gunpowder. I mean, we have lyrium, I guess. So, we burn blood. No, I know they aren't Lord Harriman. At this point, it's kind of become a running gag. They also, so by coincidence, Dorian and the Iron Bull are two of my best companions with my best gear. Why? Because I kept bringing them during all the side stuff we were doing for about 4 days. So they're kind of my best party members right now.
Now that's a view. Get your blood going.
If the soldiers aren't careful with their fires, they'll do Corypheus's work for him.
I hope you're right about this temple, Morrigan. I could use a building or two.
Do the woods discomfort you, Pavos?
It's mostly the people trying to cut our heads off that manage that.
So I can think of a lot of examples in, like, say, the Final Fantasy series or JRPGs in general where they do the fake-out ending. I'm having trouble coming up with a fake-out ending in a BioWare game. Help me out here. Like, in Denerim, yeah, no, it's clearly the final battle. I guess technically Dragon Age 2 did with the Aeroshock, but that's just bad planning. Hey, look, we're fighting Red Templars. Did Andromeda do that? I remember going to the final dungeon and the final boss area, and I remember it because it was one of the better sequences of the entire game. But I don't remember what happened right before that. I suppose Mass Effect 1 kind of did. 2 definitely didn't. Three didn't. There's so many mushrooms here.
Empress Celine's general is just down the hill, Inquisitor. He wishes to join you for the last push.
Cool. Like, where's anybody to talk to? I was told there's people to talk to. I feel like I've been lied to. Oh god, what if they despawned?
We can't send people east.
Like I said, JRPGs have this weird fascination with the fake-out ending. I don't know why. In some cases, it's so vague and ephemeral that it doesn't even, like, it doesn't fool anybody, so why even have it? There they are.
We are aware. We are gladdened to see you, Herald. This day will be recalled for ages. We are privileged to witness the fulfillment.
Why are you here in person? Miss, I'm the only thing holding up the entire frickin' Orlesian Empire. God damn it, whatever.
There are other ills, Your Majesty, that the Inquisition may be called upon to attend.
We will note them with great interest. Men and women of faith serve you. Their favor is no less than our own. Their service no less dear. With Orlais at your side, we will see you victorious against Corypheus. May you walk in the light.
Inquisitor, I hear this eluvian lies in a temple nearby. That's where the fighting will be worst. Andraste keep you safe.
Move everyone immediately if the fighting comes closer.
You may count on it. Good luck.
Celine? First of all, look into a wardrobe change, and second of all, go about 17 more miles that way. Yeah, why don't we ask the last great king of Sweden what that worked out, how that worked out for him, RRC. I get your point, though. That is probably why she's here. Oh my god, work. 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 Fine, we'll do this for a minute. The hopping dwarves have returned. Yeah, whoops, stray arrow. Well, there goes Orlais. It's so little damage. Okay, why are we fighting Red Templars here? That's kind of strange. But, like... Well, okay, never mind, never mind. Yeah, no, never mind. I withdraw the complaint. We're just fighting everything, and he got a few Red Templars. And a few Wardens. And I assume there'll be mages later. I suppose that is neat, but I'm not going to give it a positive, Tara. I'm sorry. I will, however, give it a negative. Wait, no. 5 negatives. 18! Can I hear it? Does anyone want to bid more than 18?
Those were Grey Wardens. They must be the last of those enslaved at Adamant.
That or you got another set of Wardens pissed at you somehow.
21! I hear 21 negatives! By the way, every negative you give, you have to give me $5. That's the rules. I didn't come up with that rule. Please don't actually donate. I'm joking. You know, I used to have the old hex code number memorized. 65,000 something something something. Listen, we all know that the day I start charging for positives and negatives is the day in which I have been replaced by a goddamn alien. Like, if I ever say that and I don't immediately oust it as a joke, something is wrong. That is someone trying to steal my identity, or a freaking shape-changer.
An entire camp of Red Templars.
Watch yourself! Archers on the wall!
Yeah, Envy showed up and was like... I mean, people already pay for reviews. I'm just making the process more orderly, I think is the way I'll put it. God, I'm level 24. Jesus.
Attacked by elves. It seems this Temple of Mythal is not deserted after all.
Great. Oh my god. So... you subscribe or donate to the channel, and then, rather than getting to put it towards something, there's like a random dice roll, and that determines what game your donation goes towards. Turn it into like a loot box thing. this up. Congratulations. You've just donated towards... nothing! Hey, Sidicusis. I do hope you're doing well. I'm still playing this goddamn game. Like, we've got days left. I hope y'all realize that. If I ever need to suicide my career... yeah.
We'll mop up any remaining red temples. Trusting Mark.
Yeah. Lore boxes, exactly. I understand that extraordinarily well, Sidicusis. I do hope that's evening out for you. You ever like to think that as we're going along and we just show up, cast one spell, and brutally murder the entire enemy force, and the allies we left behind now have a story to tell their children? Swear to Andraste, I was just standing there fighting in this godforsaken forest. He shows up right behind me. Boom! I couldn't even see a hair for a few minutes. He was already moving on to the next people. Visible and running all quick-like. If he was invisible, how could you see him running quickly? I don't know. Like, you could see the distortions in the sky. It was weird, really.
The Inquisition!
No, this is a real spell. It's the fire mines. Right there, fire mine, and we have the flaming array. You now create multiple mines directly in front of you. That's the spell. It's been the single largest source of damage I've found. So that's why it's kind of become my go-to.
I hear fighting ahead.
Yeah, sometimes they don't aim the right way, and sometimes they don't trigger on the enemy because hurt boxes are hard. So they're not super reliable, but only because the game isn't well programmed.
Namelana Sobanale.
The wretch mocks you, Master.
These are but remnants. They will not keep us from the Well of Sorrows.
Well of Sorrows?
Be honored. Witness death at the hands of a new god.
Well, Corypheus is dead. That was easier than I thought it would be. Wow, that's stutter. Look at that. So, this is Corypheus' only real advantage right here. I'm not actually joking about that.
Cross the bridge, now!
Yeah, he has the Archdemon power. He can just respawn from anyone else tainted. And honestly, everything else fits into place with that bit of information. True, Lord Harriman.
At last, Mythal's sanctum. Let us proceed before Corypheus interferes.
If he's here for a mirror, why'd Corypheus say he wants a well of sorrows?
I am uncertain of what he referred to.
Yeah, he could have been Lord Harriman, I agree. It is an extremely powerful advantage. Yeah, the ability to respawn in lore is huge. This is arguably why he wanted the Grey Warden so much, and once again, why it's so important that he had the Nightmare on his side earlier. It explains how he survived the events of Dragon Age 2. It also explains why he is so arrogant in every one of his dealings, because he knows he can't die, or at least not die under normal circumstances. Like just now. He clearly looked up and saw the trap and just walked into it knowingly, because he didn't give a damn. I'll just get rid of the trap. The fighter's way of disarming traps, right? You know. And then, of course, this explains perfectly how the Conclave went down. Which, I'm curious, and I don't mean anything by this. How many of you didn't even occur to you why he survived the Conclave? You'll notice the game just kind of quietly slid that under the rug, right? There was a giant explosion. We know how we survived, because us and the Divine Justinia were blasted into the Fade. What the hell happened with Corypheus? Thousands of people died at that Conclave. Why did he survive? Well, the answer is, of course, he didn't. He was destroyed too, but boop, beamed over to a new host.
Would they be the same? Could eluvian translate into Well of Sorrows?
No. It seems an eluvian is not the prize Corypheus seeks. Yes, I was wrong. Does that please you?
No.
Whatever the Well of Sorrows might be, Corypheus seeks it, and thus you must keep it from his grasp.
Let's find this well before Corypheus's people do.
Yeah, and therein lies the frustration of Dragon Age Inquisition. Every now and again, it's actually really well written, and we could read into things. There's foreshadowing, there's build-up. And then every now and again, it is extremely badly written. And we're just reading into stuff that isn't there because they were rushed or didn't think about it. Like, there is just as much foreshadowing as there is underthought in this game, and it's really frustrating.
Life. We saw him die.
And his life force passes on to any blighted creature, Darkspawn, or Grey Warden.
Then Corypheus can't really die.
We'll find a way to stop him once we're done here.
'Tis strange. Archdemons possess the same ability, and still the Grey Wardens are able to slay them. Yet Corypheus, they locked away. Perhaps they knew he could do this, but not how. Yes?
Are you certain Corypheus is using the power of the Blight to make himself immortal?
Perhaps you forget. I was in Ferelden during the Fifth Blight. I have seen a true archdemon rage. How Corypheus gained the power to send his soul into blighted bodies, that is the real question.
Well, answering that question, let us destroy Corypheus for good.
Perhaps. I would suggest first dealing with the well. If Corypheus obtains it, any chance of success could be lost.
Do you know what this part of the temple was used for?
The room we stand in is a vestibule, not the temple proper. To those who knew it, perhaps this ritual was little more than a polite knock at the gate. These customs must have been as familiar to ancient elves as bowing to a queen is to you or I.
I find it difficult to picture you curtsying to anyone.
Have we become so familiar you can predict my manners and customs now? Nothing is lost by indulging in the occasional civilized conduct, particularly when unexpected.
You said this Mythal was worshipped as a goddess?
So one assumes. What is a god but a being of immense power? The dread old gods were nothing more than dragons, after all. They rise as archdemons, and they die. Perhaps Mythal was a powerful elf, a ruler among her kind. History often plays storyteller with facts.
You admit lack of knowledge, and yet dismiss her so readily?
I do not dismiss her. I question her supposed divinity. One need not be a god to have value. Truthfully, I'm uncertain Mythal was even a single entity. The accounts are varied.
There are varied accounts of Mythal?
In most stories, Mythal rights wrongs while exercising motherly kindness. Let fly your voice to Mythal, deliverer of justice, protector of sun and earth alike. Other paint her as dark, vengeful. Pray to Mythal and she would smite your enemies, leaving them in agony.
More Dalish tales, I assume.
If you know more about this, Solas, speak.
The oldest accounts say Mythal was both of these, and neither. She was the mother, protective and fierce. That is all I will say. This is not a place to stir up old stories.
Whatever the truth, all accounts of Mythal end the same. Exiled to the beyond with her brethren.
What do you mean, exiled?
Tricked by the Dread Wolf, as all the Elven gods were said to be, trapped in a land beyond the Fade. Many Dalish believe this is why the elves fell from grace, and their gods did not save them. Or perhaps they were simply rulers slain by Tevinter. Who can say?
You've seen the elves here. They seem odd.
Indeed. Two things are possible. One, this is a group of Dalish separated from their brethren, cultists, fanatic in their desire to keep humans away. Two, these are elves descended from the ancients, having resided here since before the fall of Alathan. The second appears unlikely, but if true, the implications are astounding.
If they keep records, it could change everything we thought we knew about history.
'Tis thrilling, no? To discover an era thought lost forever has possibly thrived in the shadows. We may, however, find these elves reluctant to part with their long-kept secrets. Yes?
Let's continue.
As you wish.
It is a staff, yes, just like all mages have.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
We have like a party of mages. Just we got Morgan, we've got Solas, we've got Dorian, and we got me. This is my beloved sister, for those of you who don't know her. She's actually the real power behind the throne.
Okay. First up, you have garlic-flavored crispy ramen snack.
Garlic... what?
Yes, yep. That's why I bought it.
Interesting.
It's apparently a bow, not a staff.
How would why is Morgan using a bow? Can I try these now?
You should try the dongo. You should eat the dongo with them before the dongo goes bad. The dongo's gonna go bad.
That's a good point. That's a good point, yeah. So, my beloved sister...
No, stop. We're not... No.
Is knowing...
Okay, so you have to share these two things with Kazra.
All sharing can happen. Remember, we're muted.
Why are we muted?
We are not muted.
Okay. Alright, you have to share these with brother-in-law, with my husband.
So what are these?
There's mochi, melon-flavored mochi.
Oh my god, melon flavor. Hang on, let me switch for just a second. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Hang on. There we go. Okay, so we've got... It's bright, look at that.
Yep, melon-flavored mochi.
You kind of see it there.
And then this one is mixed mango, peach, and pineapple mochi.
Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
These also look quite good, if I can get an angle where it's not going to reflect the light of the sun there.
Here's the leftover of my lunch.
Oh my
it is soba noodles. cold soba. It's very yummy. And sweet omelet. And katsu chicken. And some sort of rice thingy.
What's...
That's omelet.
What's an omelet?
Really? It's sweet omelet. Okay, so this was a goodie grab bag.
Okay.
I have no idea what's in it, but it was $3.
Okay.
So,
It's just very in-depth explanation here of what we got going on.
okay, so this one is cat and
I don't...
baked corn snack. This one has something in English I can read.
Baked corn snack, and this is apparently nori.
Nori is seaweed.
Right, kind of, there you go.
Okay, this one is soccer.
That is it all. Yeah, here. We're playing football, as you can see.
This one is space.
This is football flavored. This one is space flavored.
Football.
Yeah, sorry, football. Gotta say it right.
This one's karaoke flavored.
Oh, man. That's gonna tell like, it's gonna sound like bad singing and drug.
Okay. This is you have one that's not open.
So what are these?
Melon. It's melon bread.
Oh, that smells good.
Take a bite.
Got a nice crust too. Whoop. Whoop. Yeah, okay.
No, Zan went to Japan Fest.
There it is. Melon bread.
Mm-hmm. Here's red bean bread.
Goodness. Oh, hang on. I'm ready to go to Orlais. No, my sister is going to Orlais. There.
If I can get it to stop hanging in my face. This is Jaina's.
Whose?
Mini Zan's. Cheesecake.
They have... They do. It's apparently melty cheesecake.
It's a little smushed.
It is, yeah. I'm holding it very delicately because it's like on the verge of dying here at a moment's notice.
You have green tea bun.
Oh my god.
You have curry bun.
So we've got green tea and there's curry.
Yeah, you've got green tea bread and curry bread. Okay. You have, you have Mandarin somethings.
I don't know what these are.
All
right,
probably
quick.
some kind
Someone
of
who
candy.
speaks Japanese. What is this?
It's probably some kind of candy. So Mini Zan said that these looked interesting and you needed them, so she wants to try them too.
I don't know what I'm looking at here, but we'll try them with the niece.
Here's the same thing that's boom flavored.
Oh. We got
There
the
are-
Bomberman version.
There are 3 of those because they were 3 for $1.
We've got 3 Bombermans.
There's the third.
You
There's
rearrange slightly.
this.
Which is?
I don't know. But I know you can eat the wrapper.
Sounds like rice candy.
Edible wrapper.
These are...
There's this. Which I equally don't know what it is.
We've got a lot of that.
They look like jellies with stuff.
They're in liquid. Do you see that?
Yes, that's because they're jellies.
But
They're jellies with stuff.
so like I don't know if you can tell the liquid in there.
Yeah, no, the purpose of this is to buy him things he can try on camera.
Yeah, all of these will be tried
And he
on
was
camera.
like, he was like, so I just need to have a day of eating. And I'm like, so when you sent me that, I didn't respond. But what I wanted to respond and forgot to respond, because I'm running out of spoons, is that, no, you just need to try them piecemeal over the course of some days. So like, the open melon bread is going to go bad. The dango is going to go bad. The bento is going to go bad. The rest of it was all room temperature. I didn't get you anything that needed to be refrigerated. Seaweed snacks.
Ooh. You love me some seaweed. That's not a joke. I love seaweed.
This is another goodie bag. That was like $3. It has tiny cracker things. Different cracker things. Something grape.
Something liquid grape.
Yes. Something blue. And white.
Which is not liquid. We got liquid something, and then blue something.
Baum roll. A bourbon Baum roll.
Oh, I love bourbon. That's not true, I don't. But I don't know what a Baum roll is either.
And these feel like Pocky.
Anyone know what a Baum roll is?
Those feel like
yeah,
Pocky.
these look a lot like Pocky. Unknown flavor.
And then they had mint Pocky, which you have to share with me.
You don't like mint? I'm silly.
Yeah. And then, of course, your...
And so she got me something else. Now, I want to explain this briefly. So, obviously, my sister and I both enjoy Pokemon. And you know that I like to put thought into things. Probably too much thought into things. So, I was playing through Gen 4, which is where that's at. And my sister was asking me which Pokemon she was. And I pointed to that one, and she's like, why? I'm like, well, because it's cute and cuddly and adorable, and it will absolutely destroy you if you're not paying attention. Now, I know that could actually describe several Pokemon, but yeah, no. So this is, what do we call her?
And then this is what Minizan wanted, but didn't want to spend it on. It was also the same.
Yeah.
And so me getting to go back and get that allowed me to get this for her for Christmas.
Hope she likes it.
She wanted it.
Well, yeah. Hope she remembers that
She just
wanted
didn't
it.
want to owe me like 5 days of
Yeah.
mowing the lawn to get it.
Yeah. This is actually pretty well designed, too. Look at this sucker. Kind of giving the full view. Like, it's even got the curling. I know it's hard to see with how bright it is. There you go. You can kind of see the curling on the tail. What was the type of dress you were wearing? Because it wasn't a kimono. It was something else. Yukata. She was wearing a yukata. And she sent me a picture, and it was very, very nice. And now I'm ready for the... I know you're going to be amused by this, but if you had shown up...
I can't wear this with my glasses on.
Before the end of the first break, we were doing a quest where everyone's wearing...
No, I don't like that. Yeah?
So I would have fit right in. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for the ball. Ready for the fate. Let's put you...
You can't have that, by the way. It's Janice.
Aww.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I'm sure she'll let you borrow it. You can borrow mine, too, if you want to. Mine's a full face, though.
They're quite uncomfortable. They're headache-inducing.
This one less so, because it has a adjusty string.
Okay, so we're going to do just you, this. So we can do that. Perfect. There we go.
You're welcome. Yeah, no, and what I said earlier is it wasn't, I didn't go 110 over with everything.
She's
like
just demanding all the money.
No, it was
donate
like
now
110
for all the money
total.
so I can pay my sister back. I'm joking. Don't actually do that. Crobat hasn't replaced. He's right over there.
Yeah, no, Crobat is him.
Yeah.
Pachirisu is me.
Yeah, that's about right. Crobat is a sweeper in Pokemon terms who can only evolve into his current form if you take very good care of him and make sure that he's happy. Otherwise, he just stays in a state of misery and depression for the rest of his life. What? So I'm Crobat. She's Pachirisu. It's okay, Siddicusis. I'm currently existent.
You're more than existing.
I am too. Oh, never mind. That's not what I said.
You're right. You am too.
This needs to be off me. Oh my gosh.
The living situation is
As settled as it's getting for the time being. actually jangle too. You probably can't hear them. But the
Just hold them up to the mic.
It's not going to pick that up.
Sure it will.
You look at the mic. Unless I'm talking, it will not pick it up. So now I'm talking, so it'll pick it up. You can stop now. That's true. I require 2 evolutions to get to my final form, but my sister is just fine with the only evolution she has. A mono evolution, or what do they call that?
The way that I'm born.
Yep.
Still kick your ass.
It's true. Pachiriso is one of my mains in Gen 4. They're mean. Thank you, sis.
You're welcome.
Did you have fun?
Yes, both days.
Excellent. Did she have fun?
Yes.
It's okay, it's just my foot.
Yeah, I got other things too.
I can tell.
And she got some things.
That does not surprise me.
She did get a stuffy. But I got lucky cats that go over the top of the doorway.
That's what I was asking.
For my classroom.
Oh, that's awesome. No, that'll be great.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
What did
She's bought so many things, she doesn't even know what all of it is.
Oh, I got these for Zijun.
This one.
Yes. Yeah. For Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got this for Destiny.
Oh, wow.
Huh?
That took me a second to realize what I was looking at.
Yep. Recipe for a fascinating woman. Can't read any of it, but it's very pretty.
Yeah, believe it or not, we can't read Japanese. Sorry, everyone.
Bye, stream. Don't forget to share stuff with us.
No, this is all mine now.
You did?
No. This is super. I have a saying. Good food is best shared. Which actually means 2 different things depending on where you put the comma, and I stand by both of them. So, of course, this is getting shared. Thank you again. Ah. She is right, though. I need to eat the dongo now. It's gonna go bad. This is dongo. Anybody who's ever played Final Fantasy XIV may be familiar with it, because it's actually a frickin' plot point in that game. I'm not making that up. But it's also in a lot of games. So, let's see how it is, shall we? Because I've always wanted to try dongo. It's a lot gooier than I thought, I'll tell you that right now. It's like a savory marshmallow. I'm failing to describe this. Imagine like a soy-based glaze being done on some very, very soft, I think it's rice, but very, very, very soft marshmallow core. This is really good. Thank you, Kieran. Well, I do, as always, appreciate those subs. Let's go towards delicious Dongo. Dongo, excuse me. Thank you, Kieran. Give me a minute. I will jot that down for a couple of things. Actually, 3 things. So I guess that's not a couple. Starfield, Guardians of the Galaxy, and the StarCraft block. And now I have to eat. I have to. This is so horrible. I have to have the rest of this melon. You can't even tell. There's like a layer on top. It's not frosting, but I don't know what else to call it. Like there's an extra layer on top, which is different than the rest of the bread. I don't know what words to use here. It's really good. Glaze, that's a good word. There's a glaze there. Needs to be heated up, though, I think. So anyways. And thank you for being part of the show, Junk Garage. I will put that towards STO Terran Gambit. You know my favorite thing about these super bright lights? The silver in just this part of my beard really stands out. Look at that. Look at that. I actually don't have that much silver, as you can see. I might have it up here. I have no idea. But you can really tell right there. We should be in 4x3. Hey, there we are. So I don't think we can do the rest of this in half an hour. But we're going to make an effort, by golly. Yep, see, even my character's in a hurry. Let's do this. For those of you only here for Dragon Age, I apologize for the imposition. For those of you who are named Gum Gum, I apologize for putting that towards the StarCraft block.
Venatori have already encountered the temple's guardians.
Looks like an ambush. Impressive work.
I mean, if I just stayed up all night, I could beat the game tonight, but I'm not doing that, because I got a prior engagement tonight.
It's sealed.
Corypheus's lackeys managed to open it. Perhaps the altar holds a clue.
We have not done the descent.
It appears the temple's magics are still strong.
Is this Elven? Does it say anything about this Well of Sorrows?
Atishol vir Abalasan. It means enter the path of the Well of Sorrows.
There is something about knowledge, respectful or pure. Shiven. Shivenen. 'Tis all I can translate. That it mentions the well is a good omen.
We're out of luck, unless one of those temple elves drops a lexicon.
Supplicants to Mythal would have first paid obeisance here. Following their path may aid entry.
Not much of a lock if all you do is step on it.
'Tis a ritual, not a barred door. There is more here than earthly treasure. Yes?
This altar. What kind of ritual is this meant to be?
I believe it represents a petition, a declaration of will to the priests who resided here. Some ancient elven ceremonies were said to take decades to complete. Hopefully, this is not such a one.
What sort of ceremony takes decades?
Strange, is it not? So much time and effort. Perhaps that is what led to the wistful Dalish legends of lost elven immortality. My research uncovered many strange claims about elven ruins.
Such as?
Some insisted gods sent fantastic beasts to prophesize in their temples. Others said they whispered wisdom to those who slept there a year and a day without pause. The latter may hold some truth. Ancient elves were said to be gifted wanderers of the Fade.
Let's continue.
As you wish.
Anything to say about that? Solas? No, okay, cool. Oh, right, I actually have to do the ritual. Okay.
Do not step any place you have stepped before.
Blah, blah, blah.
There can be no vacillation. This is where petitioners walked the path of their gods.
It is where they paid fealty to the gods. I have seen it, in the Fade. Only the reverent were permitted to touch this ground, and only in solemn contemplation.
Yeah, I caught that, Crofty. Hence the adjustment. Who are you?
Don't let them pass!
Like, do you really think you have any chance against me at all? Or do you not care? I mean, that's a valid answer. It really is Syracuse's. It's like, alright, whatever you do, don't walk where you have before, or else I'll curse your wife to eternal damnation in hell. Wait, what? Ah! Also, if you question me in any way, I'll kill you immediately. Wait, why? Ah! See you around, Colgrim. No, I meant wife.
We might catch them.
Come on, it's Greek. Of course it's our wife.
Hold a moment. While they rush ahead, this leads to our true destination. We should walk the petitioner's path as before.
You forget that army fighting for us out there? Longer we play around, the more Inquisition soldiers die.
What's with this?
As a whole, jump in.
In this case, I must agree with the witch. This is ancient ground, deserving of our respect.
You see the urgency? We cannot find the Well of Sorrows unprepared.
You're very eager to reach our destination.
Are we not all eager to stop Corypheus from achieving his mad plan?
It sounds like what you want is that well.
There is a danger to the natural order. Legends walked Thedas once, things of might and wonder. Their passing has left us all the lesser. Corypheus would squander the ancient power of the well. I would have it restored.
I should take your word that this is altruism and not hunger for power?
Yes. Far easier to believe the Witch of the Wild's full of greed. Mankind blunders through the world, crushing what it does not understand. Elves, dragons, magic. The list is endless. We must stem the tide, or be left with nothing more than the mundane. This I know to be true. I read more in the first chamber than I revealed. It said a great boon is given to those who use the Well of Sorrows, but at a terrible price.
What exactly did that altar say about the Well of Sorrows?
Like most Elven writing, it was insufferably vague. The term I deciphered was Halam Shivanas, the sweet sacrifice of duty. It implies the loss of something personal for duty's sake, yet for those who served at this temple, a worthwhile trade.
What sort of curse should we brace ourselves for if we use the well?
'Twould be easier by far to advise you of a curse. This price is not so well defined. My priority is your cause, but if the opportunity arises to save this well, I am willing to pay the cost.
And gain what?
That is what we must discover. The rituals may point the way.
Yeah, unless your setting is Warhammer, generally speaking, knowledge can be a good thing. There are, however, settings where knowledge by itself is a bad thing, by sheer virtue of being knowledge. What? Look at that. Nope, nope, nope. And done.
Something.
Indeed. Time to proceed to the next ritual, I should think.
What? I didn't do nothing. You can't prove nothing. You got nothing on me. Listen, everyone knows the best way through a puzzle is through. I've actually had players in D&D campaigns where they've stared at a labyrinth and said, can we just go through the walls? And I was like, well, what are you going to use to go through it? And they were so thrown by the fact that I was willing to entertain the idea, they actually sought and thought about it and started smashing through the walls directly. Because, you know, I let them. I'm not seeing any murals. I think I'm being lied to here.
There. The ritual is complete.
We are close. There is but one more path to follow.
Yeah, I'm trying to find... Oh, hang on, what's that? Nope, that's nothing. Yeah, like, I've seen murals, but they don't seem to be triggering anything. I've got Solas right there. I even got rep with them. Oh, yep, this one did something. Each elven god, no comment, represents an aspect of their ancient civilization. Each story a metaphor for this aspect. June's is the least understood. Depictions stretch back to ancient Arlathon, but appears most seldom in all of their deities. Dalish legend says June is a god of crafts and building, but, well, that sucks, because June is like one of the worst months of the year.
Yes?
I want to discuss the well again.
Oh, I see. An opportunity to use the well may not even arise. I understand this. All I meant to suggest is that, if it does, I be the one to do so. I am willing to accept the consequences.
What if something happens to you? What about your son?
Kieran is a strong lad. He will thrive. with or without me.
Are you sure of that?
I am sure of precious little these days.
This smells very strongly of fish.
Yes?
Do you know what this part of the temple was used for?
It may have served as a chamber of reflection, perhaps to contemplate the righteousness of one's cause. More importantly, I suspect none were permitted beyond this area without a priest. Ancient texts claim Mythal passed judgment in the flesh, but 'twas surely the priests who proclaimed rulings here.
Why did the ancient elves insist on so many rites?
We may safely assume one did not petition high priests for Mythal's justice by strolling up and knocking. I see no more insufferable ceremony here than in a chantry.
More rituals? What are they for? Do you know?
I believe they signify an intent to lay oneself bare, to champion a cause without pity, regret, or shame. Mythal's cult was not fond of vacillation. One approached them with nothing less than complete confidence.
What happened to those who were less sure of themselves?
Legend does not say. Perhaps this place has a more gruesome history than we know.
You've seen the elves here. They seem odd.
Indeed. Two things are possible. One, this is a group of Dalish separated from their brethren, cultists, fanatic in their desire to keep humans away. Two, these are elves descended from the ancients, having resided here since before the fall of Alathan. The second appears unlikely, but if true, the implications are astounding.
If they keep records, it could change everything we thought we knew about history.
'Tis thrilling, no? To discover an era thought lost forever has possibly thrived in the shadows. We may, however, find these elves reluctant to part with their long-kept secrets.
God dang it. Hang on. Have you ever played Chrono Trigger, Evo? If not, then we're not friends anymore. But if you have, besties for life. Is that all of them? What'd I miss? What'd I miss? It's okay, nobody would want to be besties with me anyways. I understand completely. I would not call Chrono Trigger a particularly difficult game, no. But then again, I'm rather experienced with it. I've literally tasted it level 1.
There. Everything is lit.
Come, let us see if the doors have opened. Yes?
Let's continue.
As you wish. Will you abandon these rituals, Inquisitor? Think carefully. There is no return once we follow the Venatori.
Why are you saying that? I'm clearly going this way. I do like Solas' approval. Makes my life worth living.
'Tis not what I expected. What was this chamber used for?
being watched.
Yeah.
Venavis, you are unlike the other invaders. You stumble down our paths at the side of one of our own. You bear the mark of magic, which is familiar. How has this come to pass? What is your connection to those who first disturbed our slumber?
They are my enemies as well as yours.
I am called Abelas. We are Sentinels, tasked with standing against those who trespass on sacred ground. We wake only to fight, to preserve this place. Our numbers diminish with each invasion. I know what you seek. Like all who have come before you, you wish to drink from the Vira Belasan.
The place of the Way of Sorrows. He speaks of the well.
It is not for you. It is not for any of you.
Solas, you look weirdly like this guy.
Solas, perhaps he'll listen to you.
What shall I say, Inquisitor? Shall I sway him from a millennia of service by virtue of our shared blood? He clings to all that remains of his world, because he lacks the power to restore it.
So, you're elves from ancient times? Before the Tevinter Imperium destroyed Arlathan?
The Shemlin did not destroy Arlathan. We Elven warred upon ourselves. By the time the doors to this sanctuary closed, our time was over.
Wait, that's not right. What are you saying?
You would not know truth. Shemlin history is as short as the pool of your years.
What did the Imperium do then? Are you saying it wasn't a war?
The war of carrion feasting upon a corpse, yes. We awaken only when called, and each time find the world more foreign than before. It is meaningless. We endure. The Vira Belasan must be preserved.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Have any of you ever pulled a bow? Like shot a bow in real life? It takes a lot of upper body strength to do this pull. There's a reason it's actually an exercise that people do to build up their muscles. And I bring that up because they're just sitting there holding that taut. That is not easy to do. And it's probably not being done deliberately. Like, this probably is not visual storytelling. They just thought it'd be cool. Because there's no way in hell.
What is this Vira Belasan exactly?
It is a path. One walked only by those who toiled in Mythal's favor.
He speaks of priests, perhaps.
More than that, you need not know.
We did not come here to fight you, nor to steal from your temple.
I believe you. Trespassers you are, but you have followed rites of petition. You have shown respect to Mythal. If these others are enemies of yours, we will aid you in destroying them. When this is done, you shall be permitted to depart. And never return.
This is our goal, is it not? There is no reason to fight these Sentinels.
Consider carefully. You must stop Corypheus, yes, but you may also need the well for your own.
I refuse.
As you wish.
Wait, that's not...
Our duty is clear.
What?
The Vira Belasan shall not
That's
be used.
Not... Okay.
Even if I must destroy it. Masal Dinan.
Okay, so the goal there was to have a dialogue saying... No, that wasn't a misclick. It said... The dialogue said, we may need the well. And so I'm like, okay, let's try to talk them into it. Let's try to explain, hey, we may need the well later. So let's go ahead. Let's try to talk this out. And instead he says, we refuse. That's Tor effect. Pretty definitively. Thank you, Korgoth. Always appreciate the sub. And if you want to put that towards something, let me know, please. And thank you. Whatever, I don't care. Yeah, we just lost rep with Solas. That's greatly lost rep with Solas, by the way. We have Wandering Doll. We have. It actually hasn't shown up that much, which is sad. Like, it's like, yeah, it's a negative, but it's not as negative as it does in other games.
was unnecessary. A pointless waste of life.
I agree.
Such a waste. Live through eternity only to end up like that.
Then perhaps you should have agreed to his deal.
He said the elves destroyed themselves before my countrymen came along. Could that be true? I can hardly believe it.
Apparently humans aren't the only stubborn fools on this continent.
Alright, so hang on. How far back was our recent save? That's not too far. Hang on, we might be able to undo that. Well, remember you can put it towards up to 3 things, Korgoth. Let's try that again. Skip, 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 skip.
How has this come to
Skip,
pass?
skip, 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 skip. Super duper skip. Super mega skip. We're gonna do nothing but skip. Always skip, skip.
More than that, you need not know.
Consider carefully. You must stop Corypheus, yes, but you may also need the well for your own.
God, like, even the mouse is working wrong. Could you see that? Whatever. We accept.
I accept your offer.
You will be guided to those you seek. As for the Vira Bellasan, it shall not be despoiled, even if I must destroy it myself.
No!
Morrigan!
Well, that changed a lot. I mean, we didn't have a fight, so they're not dead.
He said the elves destroyed themselves before my countrymen came along. Could that be true? I can hardly believe it.
This would be our guide?
Mytholanast.
That's helpful, since Morrigan chased off on her own.
She seeks to protect the Well of Sorrows.
Oh no, it's bad guys. Yeah, I noticed that wandering doll, which... I don't know. I don't like that. I've been thinking about that for a while this whole game. Having to mouse over something to see the indicator, the more I think about that, the less I like that. And it only makes sense if you're, like, in a universal sense, if you're playing on a controller. Because in a controller, you cannot select it without mousing over it. It's by nature of it being a controller, but on a keyboard, you can type 3, or 4, or 6. There's even numbers there to indicate it, right? And if you type the key, and I've actually stumbled into this several times, you just accidentally pick something that has an effect you didn't intend because the mouse over told you what it was going to be. It's just... It's part of the Tor effect thing, like I said. Can we keep going, please? Please. Could be Junk Garage. This is especially true because you can tell in Dragon Age 2, there is no numbers. They clearly intended it to be fully controller. This game re-added the numbers back in. Where am I? What am I doing? I lost her. I lost her! I am invisible. But she is the one I cannot see. My heart's true desire. She's just standing there. Like, I saw her earlier, and she's just standing there like, what? Go, do something. Melon bread? Keep going what? Where? This is where I was already going! Just... Oh god, she can't see me. That's what it is. That's what it is, isn't it? Ah, thank you, Korgoth. As always. For the skip, 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 skip. Skip, 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 skip. We want to skip, we need to skip, but that's okay, because skip. Did she... Not invisible. And she is gone. Are we soft locked? You did mislead me. No sorries. Whap. Negative 1 minute. It's mostly my fault. Someone said you could use her to skip combat. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm going the wrong way then. Because I just had a combat session right as someone was saying that. Hello? Okay. Hi. You, Look, I know you're immortal and all, but hurry the crap hell up.
This place looks untouched.
You have any idea how much this place is worth?
We did not come to cart off the last of Elven glory.
I'm just saying.
Judgment of Mythal. Whenever one people wronged another, they would not call in Elganar to avenge them, for his fear would destroy all it touched. Mythal saw this bring strife amongst the people and went to Elgaron. She offered to deliver justice when the people warred amongst themselves. Uh-huh. Any comment on that? Solas? Could you please hurry up? I will pick you up and carry you if you point me in a direction. Just point. That's all I need from you. Just point. Oh my god, it totally is Korgoth.
I believe she would prefer that we remain close.
Just a quick look around.
I'm right next to her! I mean, that could be a true statement, Wandering Doll, but that just kind of codifies the negative for this quest. I want you to imagine doing this quest normally. Just walking. At crawl speed. Through a temple with no dialogue. And no exploration. And no combat. And no anything. And you have to stick with her. Because if you don't, she yells at you and then she stops and or teleports away.
The Sentinels are holding against the Venatori.
We should hurry. Their numbers are not endless.
Count your blessings we're not still fighting both at the same time.
Like, this is an escort quest. Straight up. It has all of the pieces and hallmarks of an escort quest. And what's funny is there's only really been 2 escort quests in the whole game, and both of them have sucked. Like, individual quest negative worthy. Also, I've been examining the murals as we go. You'll notice the 2 I've been able to examine, which is June and Mythal, prompted no dialogue whatsoever. Yeah, by the way, you can literally see her pathfinding having issues with this section. You notice she has to stop every few seconds just to re-find where she is? Like, look at her. She's actually stuck right now. She is actually stuck. Hang on. She's resetting. Okay. Is she done? Nope, hang on. Here she goes. Nope, I don't know what she's doing right now. I legitimately do not know what she's doing. Thanks for the loot. Can we get on with this, please? I don't want this crap. Can we go? Is this it? Are we done? We're apparently done. Okay, thanks. Bye. Negative to gameplay. Okay, we're done with that. Moving on.
Well of Sorrows.
So Mythal endures.
That's... something.
How has such magic lasted?
People have reported issues all day. I haven't actually lost connection to Twitch once, Eternus, which means it's on Twitch's end, which sucks.
So close. The well knows its vassal, and those who would despoil it. Stand aside, Inquisitor. The trials you set me, I have overcome. As a courtesy, leave now. Or not at all.
Your lust for power has blinded you, Calpurnia. Corypheus is using you.
Think on your own folly before inventing more. You serve your people, you have one last chance to save them. The Well of Sorrows overflows with knowledge, power abandoned by those the elves worshipped as gods. To walk the Fade without the anchor, that is what the Well of Sorrows will give Corypheus.
Why would Corypheus think entering the Fade will work any better than last time?
Speech without understanding. I knew you would take the well for yourself, to ransack its wisdom to try to defeat Corypheus. But you'd still be just a child, playing with a sword. Corypheus will wield it as a master.
Once you've drunk from the well, Corypheus will use a ritual on you. You'll be a mindless tool, enslaved to his will.
Where I come from, idle tales must be proven.
Here, the page with his binding ritual.
Which I happen to have on me.
On your master, Erasthenes.
How could you know? And these runes, no one has written in these since... He made so many promises, and everyone alive! Then Venidus Cavern Vass! He was to give Tevinter a true leader. If Corypheus would misuse me, he'd misuse them too. I was blind.
Perhaps Tevinter does need a strong leader. Be that woman while you still can.
You mock me, Inquisitor, as if you'd let me walk away.
It's a good idea. Make her knows we could use a reformer or 10 back home.
If Corypheus triumphs. Listen, if any power can challenge him, it lies in the well. Perhaps its price is too high, but if you can take it, humble him. Vitae Benefaria, Inquisitor. Do not follow us.
You know, that's an interesting
I
question.
will give you some time. I go to confront my master. Then I will return to Tevinter. If there is anything left of me.
Like, why does everyone believe Corypheus? He's not a particularly charming or convincing person.
You heard his parting words, Inquisitor. The elf seeks to destroy the Well of Sorrows.
So the Sanctum is despoiled at last.
You would have destroyed the well yourself, given the chance.
To keep it from your grasping fingers. Better it be lost than bestowed upon the undeserving.
Fool. You'd let your people's legacy rot in the shadows.
Calpurnia thought the well's knowledge was powerful. It could help stop Corypheus.
I care nothing for your petty conflicts, Shemlin.
You'll care when Corypheus arrives for the well.
The well clearly offers power, Inquisitor. If that power can be turned against Corypheus, can you afford not to use it?
Do you even know what you ask? As each servant of Mythal reached the end of their years, they would pass their knowledge on through this. All that we were, all that we knew, it would be lost forever.
It's better that knowledge remain in the well, never passed on. You'd rather destroy it?
There are other places, friend, other duties. Your people yet linger.
Elven such as you?
Yes, such as I.
You have shown respect to Mythal, and there is a righteousness in you I cannot deny. Is that your desire? To partake of the Vira Belasan as best you can? To fight your enemy?
Not without your permission.
One does not obtain permission. One obtains the right. The Vira Belasan may be too much for a mortal to comprehend. Brave it if you must. But know you this. You shall be bound forever to the will of Mythal.
Bound to a goddess who no longer exists, if she ever did.
Bound as we are bound. The choice is yours.
By the way, I just realized that's Dominic Keating again. He's doing a good job here.
Is it possible this Mythal might still exist?
Anything is possible.
Elven legend states that Mythal was tricked by Fen-Harel and banished to the Beyond.
Elven legend is wrong. The Dread Wolf had nothing to do with her murder.
Murder? I said nothing of...
She was slain, if a god truly can be. Betrayed by those who destroyed this temple. Yet the Vira Belasan remains. As do we. That is something.
Are you leaving the temple?
Our duty ends. Why remain?
There is a place for you, Lethaline, if you seek it.
Perhaps there are places the Shemlin have not touched.
The Imperium went to great lengths to expunge Elven history. You might be the last to know the truth.
Would the elves of your lands listen to the truth?
They might. Would it hurt to try?
It very well may, Shemlin. Yes. It may be that only Uthenera awaits us. The blissful sleep of eternity never to awaken, if fate is kind.
Thank you for this gift, Abalas.
Do not thank me yet, Shemlin.
Malas Amalin Nahalam Abalas. His name, Abalas, means sorrow. I said, I hoped he finds a new name.
You'll note the intact eluvian. I was correct on that count, at least.
Is it still a threat? Can Corypheus use it to travel the Fade?
You recall when I took you through my eluvian, I said each required a key? The well is the key. Take its power, and Mythal's last eluvian will be no more use to Corypheus than glass. I did not expect the well to feel so... hungry.
Seems like that should be a concern.
Knowledge begets a hunger for more. I am willing to pay the price the well demands. I am also the best suited to use its knowledge in your service.
Or more likely to your own ends?
What would you know of my ends, elf?
You are a glutton drooling at the sight of a feast. You cannot be trusted.
Of those present, I alone have the training to make use of this. Let me drink, Inquisitor.
You alone? You're not the only mage here.
I have studied the oldest lore. I have delved into mysteries of which you could only dream. Can you honestly tell me there is anyone better suited?
What about you, Solas?
No. Do not ask me again.
Yeah, just hard shut down there.
What about you, Dorian?
A human from Tevinter scoops up the last bits of Elven knowledge? I know why you ask. I know it's important, but I can't be that man.
I would be.
You lead the Inquisition. This is not a risk you can take. I have the best chance of making use of the well for everyone. Let me drink.
You're not concerned about the price? Bound forever to the will of Mythal?
Bound to the will of a dead god? It seems an empty warning. Perhaps a compulsion yet remains. Who can say otherwise? I do not fear it, even so.
The problem is the same problem we've seen in several other choices in this game. This really isn't a choice in lore. It's a choice for the player. I really feel like a lot of the choices in this game boil down to that same general problem. And it makes sense. All choices are designed originally when you first sit down and start mapping out the outline and the framework and the branching. I choose me easily. The branching of the story. You decide, but you, the developer, base these choices based on the player, not the character. What is then incumbent upon you is to go back and massage those, narratively speaking, to make it make more sense for the character to be the one actually making the choice. Dragon Age Origins is actually a really good example of them spending that extra time and effort to massage the situation to make it seem like it's more logical that the Warden is making that choice as opposed to the player. But here, we're choosing between Morrigan, which I hate to point this out, is a character that our character has met effectively once and done 2 quests with, one of which we're in the middle of, or our own player character. Now, the odds... yeah, there's not really much of a choice here in lore. So this is a choice between your current player character and a fan-favorite character, which should probably sound familiar, if you've heard me talk about this already at least twice. So who do you pick? Well, Morrigan, who has already been bound to other people and has spent a huge amount of her life desperately trying to carve out her own fate, to get away from Flemeth and to get away from the Chantry and the Circle and all the other crap that put chains on her, allowing her to do this is kind of a terrible decision for many, many reasons. If we allow us to do it, well, that's potentially the same problem with us, but it's okay, we're the PC, so we're fine. And that's just kind of how that boils down to that. So there is no choice in my mind. It has to be ourselves. Period. Now hang on. I'm going to spoil something for you. The consequences of this choice are minuscule and microscopic. It literally only changes one portion of one cutscene, and that's it. Excuse me, that's not true. One portion of 2 cutscenes. Either the interaction with a character later on goes very slightly different before going right back to being the norm, or, and either the information to finish the game either comes from her or from us. That's it. 0 consequences for this seemingly huge decision. Why? Well, that makes sense. You remember how I mentioned that you can tell if you zoom the camera out and you look at it from the perspective of a game being developed by developers, gameplay reasons, you can kind of see which choices are allowed to dangle and which ones are pruned throughout the course of Dragon Age Inquisition. And you can actually see, based on this, I wasn't counting Trespasser, you can actually see, based on this, which decisions they intended to matter for the next game, because they were very clearly building up to Dragon Age 4. All the pieces were clearly obvious leading up to Dragon Age 4, and the fact that they were going to do a Dragon Age 4, and then everything in the world went wrong behind the scenes. But the reason I'm bringing all this up is they designed this game with Dragon Age 4 in mind. That's important, because now we can infer a lot of their opinions of what they allowed to happen. This is one of the few choices that continues to dangle after the end of this game, and therefore, this is a choice that should matter in Dragon Age 4. Whether or not it will, who freaking knows? But you can tell they intended this to be one of the major choices that we'll see impacted in the next game that, well, I don't know where my coin is at the moment. It's buried under a bunch of Japanese food, but may or may not even come out. So, you're right. I kind of don't care about this choice. I know you said that jokingly, but it's sort of true. Because at this point, it doesn't mean anything. And even if it did, I could change my mind later when it comes to the keep, which will assuredly be required for Dragon Age 4, assuming it is actually coming out today. Holy crap. Anyways, all that's a long way around talking about why I just don't care, so,
Are you sure you want this, Morrigan? We don't know what will happen.
We do not, and yet it must be done. I am ready.
Role-playing? I've already kind of... That's an interesting question, Evo, and a valid one. I'm not going to say that that's not invalid. I kind of can't roleplay as the Inquisitor, because there is no Inquisitor character. It doesn't exist. The closest I've ever had to a character the Inquisitor is Zaylanerm. And I know what she would do. She would drink from the well herself. For more or less the same reasons that I've already outlined. She is in no real danger here. Not really. Morrigan, who frickin' knows? So there's not a lot of choice from her perspective. And that guy right there, that's just me. That's not a character. Look, he's got the beard. I can't do the mustache thing because I'm a mutant freak who has terrible, everything and is ugly and worthless and terrible and awful and stupid. But that's me. He looks better with the scars, too. I wish I had those kind of scars. Just for you guys, we'll go ahead and let her do it. Even though I think 100% that is the wrong choice here.
It's yours.
Oh yeah, I should probably mention there's also several reasons, several bits of evidence that indicate that Dragon Age 4 will not include the Inquisitor. So that's cool, on top of everything else. Iron Bull disapproves, Cassandra disapproves, Vivienne greatly disapproves.
Morrigan?
Also, water tech from Final Fantasy X.
Are you all right?
Elasin Salah. Visan Allah.
Also true, RRC.
I am intact. There is much to sift through. But now we can...
Who's this guy again?
The eluvian!
Through the mirror.
Corinthius. That was a stupid name. Why are we glowing? I do too, Lord Harrimont. And I suppose that's kind of my fault, but it is also the game's fault, I think. I think it's just the same thing it always has. It's the polish thing, right? It's the extra time they didn't have. I mean, you probably didn't even notice this, Lord Hermon. I was actually role-playing Hawk during my most recent playthrough. If you're paying attention, she started off blue or green or whatever it is, switched to purple when she had it made, and then when things started going badly, switched down to red, and that was very deliberate.
Through that mirror, Corypheus and his archdemon fled the field. I'm not sure why.
What he wanted was no longer within the temple.
Perhaps. He spent so long trying to get into the temple, he probably couldn't have helped his forces by that point.
Then Corypheus is finished.
If he is wise, he will hide and rebuild his strength before he attacks again.
He will not hide.
Okay, so I'm going to hold the entire stream hostage until Evo apologizes for thinking that she's stupid. Because you're not stupid, and I'm done putting up with it. You're not stupid. Role-playing is not stupid. Stop doing that. I'm going to sit here in silence. I'm not even going to eat. I have this delicious melon bun right here. Can't eat it. What are you sorry for, Evo? I will hydrate. I'll do that. By the way, I'm pretty sure most people currently present in chat care about role-playing in an RPG. Show of hands, right? Show of hands? I will raise my own hand on that one, by the way. While obviously my canon warden is actually a member of the Bastion, and my canon Hawk was originally a member of the Bastion, the truth of the matter is that that's not really true anymore. Over the years, my thoughts on that have developed and morphed, and I have to admit that I kind of like my warden being a different character at this point, alongside my Hawk, who has definitely drifted off into being her own character. But why is it that the Inquisitor, I just can't quite roleplay as the Inquisitor? And you're probably expecting me to give you a one-sentence answer to that, which of course I cannot do. Because I think it's 100 little things, honestly. Yeah, you're way better at me than that, Evo. Evo doesn't even believe in the concept of a canon character. Thank you, Lord Harriman. Yeah, say that, Evo. Say what Lord Harriman said. I feel like we are in several scenes a pre-existing character, which is great. And there are several moments, and I've given the game a positive for this, where we allow ourselves, where the game allows us, to decide our opinion and perspective on things in a way that helps to form our character. Role-playing, right? But the problem is, and I've been saying this the whole game, an overwhelming majority of the choices, not just the big ones, but even the little ones, have been choices for the player, not the character. And I feel like, I hate to keep hammering this goddamn point over and over, I think the lack of support and the behind-the-scenes garbage that was cycling through the poor developers as they were making this game is why. Right? Like, there's a reason those poor developers had to go to that coloring book, right? For those of you who know that tale. Which, I don't know if that's true or not, I've heard that in interviews. So it feels like part of the game you can roleplay in Inquisition, and then part of the game you're playing a video game. And you understand the distinction between those two things. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with playing a video game, unless it's a game like this. So, actually, there absolutely is something wrong with playing a video game in a case of a game like this. Not on the player's side, but on the developer's side. Am I making any kind of sense here? Put simply, now, I'm not going to give the game negatives for this. It's more like I'm not going to give the game positives for this. Both Dragon Age Origins and 2 got positives here and there for allowing you to be a character. Dragon Age Origins got tons of positive for this. It's one of my favorite games for that kind of a thing. But even 2 got that. But I will not be giving any more than the one positive to Inquisition for the same thing. And it's because the only time it does it is when you have the access to interact with certain specific events here and there. Periodically, it's pretty legit. And then there's the rest of the game. Make sense? And yeah, Wandering Doll's point might actually be a very valid thing. We had this whole discussion, I don't remember how long ago, it might have been during Baldur's Gate 3, about how I argued that the origins didn't matter for Dragon Age Origins, and I was wrong. I admitted that I was wrong, and I admitted it just now. Because it allows you to have a starting point. You, the player, are given a starting point, a launching point for how to roleplay your character. And it gives you the perspective and the dialogue choices, which are unique to your origin, which allow you to decide your flavor. The flavor of your cutscenes, the flavor of your arc. You're still always going to do the main MSQs and go to Denerim and stop the guy, but you, that's different. And this game, the Inquisitor's just there, with a couple of exceptions. My opinion. No, yeah, that flavor's critical. You need that flavor. Not that I want to bash on this point, but Baldur's Gate 3 did this fantastically. Baldur's Gate 3 obviously allows you to play as any of the party members, but even when you play a so-called blank slate, like we did for the review, the game allows you a tremendous amount of choice in who your character is in Baldur's Gate 3, and their opinions, their perspectives, their mindsets, their biases, their prejudices, all kinds of stuff. That stuff is great in Baldur's Gate 3. It's actually... Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is the worst game ever made, but they did a really good job about that. And you can feel the polish, and that's critical. Because that polish is necessary for that kind of thing. And Evo is a great and wonderful person. All right, so...
Meaning he will attack us directly at Skyhold.
Not necessarily, but neither will he remain idle.
And how could you have such insight into his plans?
The Well of Sorrows held many voices, and they speak to me now from across the ages. They hold wisdom, secrets I never dreamed possible. But even they fear what Corypheus has become.
He's just his dick is so big, you guys. You can't understand how amazing this guy is. Be afraid of this bargain bin Kmart bad guy, okay? Thank you, Korgoth, again, very, very much. I will once again continue to put that towards Baldur's Gate 3.
Should we fear him more than his army?
Possibly. Luckily for you, he has a weakness. The dragon he calls is not truly an archdemon. It is a dragon in which Corypheus has infested part of his being. He doubtless did so out of pride to emulate the gods of old. That pride can be exploited. Kill the dragon, and his ability to leap into other bodies is disrupted. He can be slain.
By the way, I'm not sure this makes sense, and at this point I'm not even sure I care. When you're making up fiction, as in when you're not basing it on something you've already established, it's kind of hard to decide whether or not something makes sense or not. But this feels a little bit too much like we needed to give him a weak point because he's so powerful, you don't understand. Even though we've been consistently beating him, like, nonstop. Like, not personally, but, like, all his plans have completely fallen to ash around us. And he's just, like, he's fine. Yeah, he's informed coolness. That's exactly what's going on here, Evo. Also, yeah, he did this in Dragon Age 2 without the use of the dragon, which...
You're sure? If there are no bodies for him to jump to...
You assume there is a limit to the range of his power. There is not.
What if he was on Mars?
What do you propose? Killing the dragon is no simple task, if it could even be found.
There is a way to defeat the dragon, to match Corypheus in his power. The well whispers it to me now. Your help will be required, Inquisitor. Speak to me when you are ready, and we shall begin.
I'll see to Skyhold's defenses in the meantime.
That's, oh my god, the blight came from Mars! It makes so much sense! I will say something I think Lord Harrowmont mentioned a few hours ago that I wanted to address because it's a valid point, is that deciding on this whole, body hopping, Elder One thing was actually a really good idea because now they can do whatever they want to with the Architect, whether we killed them or not. Which means for all intents and purposes, the Architect is now once again returned to being a dangling thread. Bonus points. How many of you think, with legitimate certainty, that the Architect will be in Dragon Age 4? You will notice I am not raising my hand. I bet with total certainty that he was intended to be in Dragon Age 4. As I said before, Inquisition was doing a whole lot of to set up for, like tons, really. I mean, it ends on a to be continued, for God's sakes. Actually, it ends on 3 of them. But, yeah, no, exactly. Corypheus, this sounds so strange. I think it was Bladeval? Someone said that this feels like a first game, and I agree with that completely. It really does. But it's especially true because this is actually part 1 of a story, even though it's the 3rd Dragon Age game. No, really think about it. Think about how much work and effort this game puts into pruning all the previous branches, etch-a-sketching a lot of the lore, and resetting and just kind of doing a soft reboot of the whole setting, and how things work, and who's interacting with what, and blah, 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 in order to get the stage set for the follow-up. And remember, there are, I'm not joking, at least 3 major plot threads still dangling after the end of this game. Yeah, exactly, Doom Rider. I guarantee you they were building up to something, and then everything happened behind the scene, which is one of the dangers of what they're doing. And I'm just going to talk about this now, so real quick. We'll talk about this more later, but it's been bugging me that I can't talk about it, okay? So, 1 second. There it is. I am about to say spoilers for New Trek. Vague spoilers. I'm not going to actually spoil specifics, but the mere fact that I'm going to mention some things will spoil part of New Trek. All of it. Okay? And by all of it, I mean most of it, not actually all of it. 3, 2, 1. So here's the deal. New Trek does something I hate when it comes to fiction, especially because it's... Well, let me explain why I hate it. I guess I should tell you what it is first. Maybe I should tell you... Hang on. Let me tell you about the heat death of the universe, okay? So in the beginning... No, a friend... I'm sorry. Can I derail for just a second? Give people another chance to mute me. Recently, a friend of mine was asking me to describe Tyrande Whisperwind, who's a character in Warcraft. So I said, no problem, and then I rewound to the beginning of the entire setting's history and described the formation of Sargeras and the Burning Legion. Now, you're probably thinking, why? Well, honestly, that's kind of how my brain works. I'm thinking, okay, to explain Tyrande, I need to explain the War of the Ancients. To explain the War of the Ancients, I need to explain what the Burning Legion is. To explain the Burning Legion, I need to explain Sargeras, and why he's in, and who and what the Titans are, and who what the Void are. All of those are necessary building blocks to explain Tyrande, my opinion. So I don't feel bad about that. I made the correct choice there and all that fun stuff. But it's kind of become a joke now. Hang on, let me explain the whole history of reality. For real, though. I know I've given this speech before, so forgive me for the repetition. Think about the timeline of a given work. Can you see me right here? Being this, right? So here's the beginning over here, and here's the end, okay? So you're looking at this timeline, and you want there to be a big event. It's probably a spoiler or a twist. It could be a moment, right? It could just be like, or whatever. But there's some kind of big twist. It was his sled, okay? Where in this timeline do you put it? Now, fiction in general has this really dumb thing where they really want the twist to be over here. Right at the end, like right before the end. Sometimes they put it after the end in the post-credit scene, which is even worse. Now, that's the thing I hate. Let me explain why I hate that. First and foremost, and very relevant for Dragon Age Inquisition, you don't always know that you're going to be able to continue that story. By sheer virtue of having dangled that thread in front of the audience, you have not only crafted an expectation that players are going to be players and viewers and readers are going to be interested in actually having follow through on, but you may or may not never even be able to do it ever. And you can see why this is immediately relevant to Dragon Age 4. So, that's problem number one, and that's just a basic objective problem with it. But hang on. Yeah, 10 years later, where's Dragon Age 4? But there's a second problem with it, too, even if you somehow magically know that you're going to have a sequel. I know, Lord Aramont. And that problem is, I don't think that's good construction unless you're doing it really well. I'm saying that wrong. I think it's a really, really hard to pull that off. That's how I want to phrase that. I've seen fictional works, I will not name examples, because that's super spoilers, that know how to pull that off. You know what a fictional example is that does not know how to pull it off? New Trek. Told you there'd be a spoiler there. New Trek likes to be like, here's the season. Oh my god, there's this big super doom thing, and we gotta... Oh my god, it's a twist! Right here, right here! Sometimes in the last episode of a given season. And then they solve it and they move on. And speaking of Star Trek, do you ever used to watch shows where everything would be wrapped up in the last 5 minutes of the episode? Like really unsatisfyingly? That's New Trek. Well, it's some of New Trek. I don't want to exaggerate. And yeah, I keep picking on Star Trek. Stargate does this too. That's very good. But really, let's acknowledge where this really came from. Comic books. In modern, the put the twist right at the end thing can most easily be traced, in the modern sense, to comic books. Comic books did this constantly. The reason why was they were doing it for the same reason everyone else does it, because it's not being done for creative purposes. It's not being done because they think it'll make a better story. They're doing it because they want to make sure they keep having their jobs tomorrow. They want to make sure that they are leaving that dangling hook to generate interest, to ensure that someone will come back and buy the next issue and watch the next movie and watch the next season and play the next game. And God, that irritates the crap out of me. So that's two reasons it irritates me. But the third, final reason is I feel like it doesn't, because it's so much harder to pull off, it doesn't really do a good job of telling a story. Let me explain what I mean by that. Let me make up an example, because I don't want to spoil unrelated stuff here. Let's say that we're playing Dragon Age Origins, okay? And as we defeat the Archdemon, Sandal shows up. It says, "My child, you have done my will." And it turns out Sandal really was the Maker the whole time. And that happens in the ending. Wow, everything you know is wrong. Oh my god, mind blown. But hang on. Who cares? Because the problem is, you don't really have any time or ability to do anything with that now. You put that giant big reveal at the very end, and now it's done. The end. You see the problem? Now, in the interest of fairness, you can do this properly. What you have to do is you have to essentially write the entire story from the perspective for a viewer or a player or a reader who knows that twist. I have a term for this. I call it Babylon 5 effect. Spoilers for Babylon 5. So when you know that big twist, the whole story should be different. That's how you pull that off. That's how you pull a twist at the end off, is if it completely reframes the whole story. But it still doesn't allow you to do anything with it. In my opinion, these kind of large, big, momentary twists, like bong moments, if you're going to do them, if you have to have them in your story, they need to be scooched forward in the narrative. Honestly, about the 2/3 mark through the story is a good general rule. You spend about 1/3 of the story establishing. You spend about 1/3 of the story developing. Oh my god, everything you knew was a lie. And then you spend about the last 1/3 of the story following through on that, right? Sticking the landing, trying to acknowledge and react to what has now changed. Oh my gosh, it was all a big twist. So now what do we do about it? So, I'm finally going to spoil Dragon Age Inquisition here. The big reveals about Lyrium, about Corypheus and his whole thing, if you would want to call that. But the biggest one, the biggest reveal by far, which is, of course, the reveal about Solas, happens so far at the end of the game that the game doesn't do anything with it. And speaking as having been playing this game a second time through and going way out of my way to get all the Solas cutscenes, I stand by that statement. Now, there's plenty of foreshadowing for it, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't examine anything. It's just, he's Solas, and he's a genocidal maniac, and he's kind of attached to his old ways, and that's kind of it. Yeah, it's 10-second cutscenes. They don't pull off the Babylon 5 effect. And it's so frustrating to me. I might not even be as bothered by this if we had a Dragon Age 4 where they followed through on this and discussed all the significance of what it means, because there's a lot that can be unpacked by that, and none of it has been. Even the mere fact that Corypheus has this power, this is what reminded me of this, by the way, even the fact that Corypheus has this power to bounce through people isn't really properly explained. No real time or effort is being put into it, because it's this giant reveal 3 quests before the end of the game. No, think about it. What's left in the game at this point is we go deal with Flemeth, because that's who we're going to go deal with, and then we fight the final boss. That's all that's left. They saved that big, respawning mechanic all the way towards that part of the game. So they don't acknowledge it. They don't develop it. They don't do anything with it. And that is the problem. And Blade Travell has a valid point. I'm not sure I 100% agree, but I will absolutely grant you the credence that there's a power in doing that when you're doing something episodic. But that doesn't change my answer any. Let's go back to the Star Trek thing. In a whole season, which is what I was using this arc for here, if you did a big reveal over here, then all of a sudden you have tons of things to talk about the water cooler, because you know the next episode's going to follow through on it. It's going to be great, right? But if you do it over here, it's like, oh, wow, what do you think about that? And then the next season completely abandons the big twist they just did. Also true, Wandering Doll. Solas is directly responsible for everything here. Much worse so than Bianca. Which is another thing they could have developed and used throughout the game and totally freaking didn't. There's a lot of ways they could have done this differently. You know, that's true, Lord Haremont. These are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Dragon Age Origins was a fairly conclusive ending. But it did still have that one dangling thread, probably because by the time that came out, they were... Point being. It's a whole other thing. Let's leave it alone. Point being, that's the things that just drives me into knots about Dragon Age Inquisition. And it's one of the biggest reasons why I don't like Solas as a character. And I know that's incredibly unfair, but I stand by it firmly. I think that Solas could be a really good character if they actually spent the goddamn time to make him one. The meat is there, as it always is in Dragon Age Inquisition. You could see the bones of a fantastic character there. But I honestly just do not think they have spent the time necessary to invest in him to make him the character he should be. And the fact that they push this so far to the end of the thing, the reveal of who and what he is, so far to the end of Dragon Age Inquisition, is a huge aspect of that, because they just had to have that big, last minute spoiler in order to have the big twist. And lo and behold, we've never gotten a Dragon Age 4. So it didn't even work in this case. It's a damn shame, Lord Haremont. But anyways, I'm going way off topic, and I've streamed 50 minutes over my cutoff time. Tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will get rid of this, and we'll go find out that it was his sled!